Mayor, thanks for 2 glasses.
I'm calling this meeting to order. I am Mayor Donald T. Lopez. This is the Village of Los Ranchos to Albuquerque's Board of Trustees regular meeting for August 10th, 2022. The time is 5:02 p.m. I must ask, as a result of the fire marshal being here, all of the aisles must be clear, and everybody needs to know that the doors have to be available for people to exit in case there's some kind of a problem. With that, I'm going to ask everybody to stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, I'm going to call the roll. Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Pacheco.
Here.
Trustee Benavides. Here. Trustee Lewis.
Here.
Trustee Radnovich.
Here.
Item number 4 on our agenda is I need a motion to approve or amend the agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to amend the agenda a couple of items, please.
Please.
First of all, I'd like to move up our presentation, item number 7, up to, let's see, I guess it would be number 5. Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
And the reason being is we have Dr. White here to give a presentation, and he has somewhere he's got to be immediately following that. There might be a lot of public comment tonight, so if we could move that up to item number 5. And I also, going through my packet, have seen that there wasn't a lot of change to item 10B. And it looks like it was just going to be presented as it was last time that we saw this project. So I am going to make a motion to defer that item, number 10B, to the November 2022 meeting.
I need a second.
I second.
I'm going to call for the question. Call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Item 10B has been deferred. Now we move to presentations. 7A, Business and Economic Development Advisory Committee, Dr. Harvey White. Please come to the podium.
That would have been the longest part of the meeting. Yeah, and the most fun.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and trustees. Again, I'm Dr. Harvey White, and I've had the privilege over the past 4 months to chair a committee that many may not know about, and we call it the Business and Economic Development Advisory Committee. That committee has met over 4 months, 4 meetings. It's composed of 20 individuals, 10 are business representatives from our village, and 10 are citizens like myself. And this committee, in meeting in the very, very beginning, developed a purpose statement, which we believe is consistent with the trustees' desires. And I'll just read that statement. The Business and Economic Advisory Committee is chartered by the village leadership to make strategic recommendations. It's a recommending committee intended to enhance community spirit and foster a more vibrant and successful local business environment. So again, it's a recommending committee. It poses some recommendations to you for consideration, but its goal was to improve our general community sense of cohesion, and from that surface some recommendations that would help economic development. And the operative thing I think that we really circled back on in the very beginning is that we couldn't make economic development recommendations in a vacuum. And we recognize that in some sense, our village still has some work to do in understanding its character and what it really wants to be. And that's extremely important, we believe, in doing a top-shelf economic development plan. It would be like planting seeds in a field that hasn't been plowed. So we thought that we should at first plow the field. And to do that, we broke into 3 subcommittees that met serially over the course of those 4 months. And those subcommittees focused on 3 main topics, and I'll review those for you. Number 1 was the activities that we conduct in our village. We feel that the community spirit is highly driven by having frequent, robust, and meaningful activities. So we endorsed what's transpiring to date, the kinds of things that are going on, the Lavender Festival, et cetera, but we felt that 3 things would be helpful. Number 1 is that we engaged more of the schools in the kind of activities that we're doing. So we tap into the middle schools, into the elementary school, and we surfaced the energy there to help bond our community. Number 2, despite the activities that have transpired to date, we felt that we should also have at least 2 regular activities that transpire on the 4th Street corridor that are not here located in near the Village Hall, but in the area that we're trying to grow economically. And number 3, concordant with that and not necessarily activity related, we felt that there's ample opportunity to put some banners or flags or such advertising on 4th Street to bring up that community spirit, to advertise what we're doing, and to give people a sense of the centricity of 4th Street. The second thing that we focused on in our committee, which really we think was very important in terms of giving a better soul to who we are, was the idea of developing a historical center for the village. There's broad spread agreement that this village stems from a deep history, and that deep history, if brought to the fore, could really help and bind us and get us and lead us to knowing who we are, where we came from, and where we might go. So the proposition is to develop, in a certain sense, a center which would be focal for a number of activities. It would archive our history, it would tie into the trail system, and optimally would also tie into the work that's being done currently by the National Park Service on the El Camino Real Trail. So we would like to strongly consider the development of a cultural center located in an appropriate place in the village to bring our village spirit and soul to the fore. And then the third and final area that we covered was branding. We feel that the current work that's been done and the brand that we have in the village could benefit from some improvements. We feel that branding activity, however, probably should be done, and our recommendation is that the trustees and mayor strongly consider hiring an outside source to help us with a branding activity so that we can come up with a durable byline and increase the energy of our community through that activity. So those are the 3 things that we focused on to date. We would like permission to continue in our activities. We feel that the village could strongly benefit from the development of a legacy project that you can all be proud of. It could be a cultural center, it could be something else. We feel that the village would strongly benefit from better understanding the components that go into an optimal village, and we'd like to be able to discuss those and bring those to you. And lastly, we would like to talk about what kind of services are missing in our village to improve its dynamics and likely improve its economic base. So that is our report for today. We plan to meet in the next month and would like to continue this activity. Thank you very much.
Don't leave the podium just yet. Are there any questions from the governing body? Let me start with Trustee Lewis.
I don't.
Trustee Pacheco. Trustee Benavides.
No.
Trustee Radnovich.
I just wanted to mention that when 4th Street was built
the lighting on 4th Street can accommodate banners. So they're already there. We may have even bought them.
We have. Thank you. Any further questions from the governing body? None. Thank you very much, Mr. White.
Thank you, Dr. White.
Thank you.
At this time, we move into the public comment period. Submitted written comments on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be read by the clerk. Participants wishing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given no more than 3 minutes. No action can occur on these items. Danielle, please proceed with public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and trustees. First written comment. I live south of the multiple high-density projects proposed at 4th Northwest and Osuna. These are terrible plans that would overwhelm the area with traffic and more crime. Of course, they would go a long way to erase any rural feeling that remains. I implore you to halt to these development plans. Sue Essen, 1612 Griegos Road, Northwest, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87107. Second is, as a village resident, I am writing to voice my opposition to the flurry of high-density development proposed at or around the intersection of 4th and Osuna, particularly the Palindrome development, which I believe will destroy the semi-rural atmosphere of the village. While I understand the need to generate revenue for community, there are better ways, in my opinion, that are consistent with the semi-rural nature of our wonderful community than this project. Most people and neighbors I know moved here to get away from exactly this type of development. Why can't we transform this intersection into the Los Ranchos version of Old Town or the Plaza in Santa Fe? Something that celebrates our community and generates gross receipts rather than a sprawling multi-story 200-plus unit apartment complex mixed in with a hotel, retail, and commercial. There has also not been a traffic study that I have seen that takes into account all of these developments in their totality on an already constrained intersection that is single lane in 3 directions. My fear is that this increased traffic will inevitably spill over into the side streets, making it more dangerous for people to walk, ride their horses, and bikes. The proposed development at 4th and Chavez is the only project that retains some open space to preserve the semi-rural atmosphere. I would, however, like to see the entrance exit on Chavez Road removed, as Chavez is already dangerous enough to navigate now. I implore the trustees to preserve the village and put a moratorium on the high-density development in favor of more responsible development that will make our village a destination. Kind regards, Nathan Armstrong, 1110 El Alhambra Circle Northwest. To the trustees of the Village of Los Ranchos regarding concerns of cluster and multi-purpose building proposals, I think the residents of the village feel overwhelmed by the number of approved projects. As the Palindrome Project involving approximately 250 units is already underway, there is no way to legally stop this project, but the other 3 under consideration need to be reviewed by the trustees and village residents. All of this proposed building will bring large construction equipment, workers, and additional traffic to the entire VC area. The intersection at Osuna and 4th is not designed to carry this additional load. Traffic through the village proper has already been reduced to 1 lane north of Osuna. There are unresolved problems with a project on 4th and Willow with egress that needs to be addressed with a 12-unit residential project. What is the traffic flow through Sandia View? Will it spill onto Guadalupe Trail as well as 4th, creating another traffic problem, adding to congestion? How many units will be built there? The thorniest concern is the project on Chavez and Guadalupe that brings us to Ordinance Number 284, which was enacted after the master plan of 2019. This ordinance was to be introduced in November 2021, but was deferred to the December meeting that was canceled. It was deferred again from the January 2022 meeting to February 2022, the time of its formal introduction. It was approved at the March meeting. This item should have been given more attention by the trustees as well as the village residents. Consider the very advertised gatherings for the Airbnbs and cannabis. Additionally, ordinance number 284 is not conservation. Hold the line on this project and limit it to 9 homes in its 9 acres. Eliminate this pilot project. All 4 projects change the character of the village, whose population is just 6,000. They will have major impacts on roads, water, sewer, gas, electricity, and overburden the fire and police departments and schools. Too much, too fast. Remember, the board is also considering reconfiguring Chavez Road to a multi-purpose trail. Also 2 roundabouts at El Pueblo and Ranchitos, and under consideration for 4th Street, a main arterial for the entire region. Think about the detours through residential areas on residential roads. Think of all the implications of construction, congestion in such a small but vital portion of the village. If increasing revenue is a chief concern and population is secondary, consider taxing the property held in Greenbelt. No one in the village farms as a source of main income. This land is held in speculation for future income and farmed only for tax breaks. Taxing this property would be an additional income stream. Projects are listed, and this is respectfully submitted by Helen Whitesides, 4059 Dietz Farm Circle Northwest. Dear Ms. Cedillo Molina, would you have this read during public comment? My name is Tanya Shapkow. I lived at 9 Applewood Lane, Los Ranchos. I have resided in the village for more than 30 years. This past Saturday, my husband and daughter returned from the growers market after talking to some representatives of the village. They said the comment that stuck with them was, "So you're against others moving into Los Ranchos?" That sort of comment was specifically crafted to provoke shame. It's a sly smackdown strategy used by those who are interested in pushing unwanted high-density developments. I called my friend writer Lauren Schur of Uptown, Massachusetts, to ask her what she thought. She succeeded in battling a high-density mixed cluster housing project in her backyard. She said, "Whoa, that official's comment sure sounds familiar." And then she added, "Don't be surprised when they hit you with this stuff." Los Ranchos is such a lovely place. Don't you want others to experience it? Maybe you're an elitist. You old-timers never want change. Why are you so against low-income families? I think we all know that these developments are a numbers game, especially regarding the Palindrome Project. There is nothing so terrible about new folks coming to live in Los Ranchos. Guess what? When you urbanize a semi-rural community, it becomes just another city. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Last written comment. Dear Mayor and Trustees, in response to your statement in the recent Journal article wondering about where the concerned residents were during meetings discussing the planned high-density developments, I want to note that the public meetings during 20 and 2021 were mostly on Zoom due to COVID, and that the residents of the village, along with most people in the country, were just trying to figure out how to live their lives while in the midst of the pandemic. It feels as if these development proposals were pushed through at a time when public involvement was at an all-time low due to the stress of the pandemic. I was aware of some watercolor sketches and some ideas for the village center development, but didn't realize that there were plans for so many 3-story apartments or a hotel. There was much more emphasis on the ideas for some retail space, restaurants, and senior living quarters, as well as some low-rent apartments. I don't remember any notice about other high-density proposals, and am very glad to have heard recently from neighbors about the specifics of the high numbers of residences being proposed. There has always been a mandate for keeping Los Ranchos rural and green, and the number of high-density proposals goes against this sentiment in a way that is truly shocking. The increase of population and traffic and infrastructure that these developments would bring to our village would seriously impact the quiet country life that we now enjoy, and I don't see the benefit to the village, either short or long term. Thank you for your attention to the huge upwelling of feeling in many village residents now that we have been made aware through grassroots organizing of what has been going on quietly in a way that feels behind our backs, whether that was the official intention or not. Sincerely, Megan Sturges, 346 Tyler Road Northwest. We're going to go ahead and begin with public comment. We're going to ask that you come up when your name is called, and those who didn't have an opportunity to sign up, we will call you after. It's 3 minutes, and when you get up to the microphone, please state your name and address for the record. Ms. Catherine Jackson.
Catherine Jackson. Hi, 4080 Deeds Farm. Hello, members and neighbors. I'm Catherine. I'm loud anyway, so it kind of like it's easy. Do I have a pause on time? Technical difficulties. No worries, thank you. All right, now it's gonna be a dangerous one. Hello, members and neighbors. I'm Catherine Jackson. I'm a 21-year resident of the village. I wanted to bring attention, again, to the problem of a parasitic plant called mistletoe that is currently destroying my neighborhood's cottonwood tree population. I'm here to use this public forum as a platform to educate my community about the problem and address options to collectively take action against this parasitic plant. Currently, most of the mistletoe plants are actually all hidden by cottonwood leaves, and as soon as they fall and winter comes, you're gonna start seeing them. The plant mistletoe is a death sentence to cottonwood trees if left untreated. According to NMSU's horticultural specialist, Marissa Y. Thompson, PhD, the plant itself is green and cannot photosynthesize food for itself, which means it needs a host plant or host tree to make nutrients and water. It's spread by bird droppings and can be removed from trees when growth is spotted. Now, normally our trees would be healthy enough to fight this off, but because of no rain, high temperatures, all of our plant life is suffering. Now, normally, the average cost of trimming a tree is around $740, while the average price of removing the entire tree due to the infection is $2,250 as quoted by Cornell Tree Services. If this problem is left alone, eventually all cottonwoods infected will die. I mean, the fire danger of dead trees is obviously higher than those alive and healthy, as most of us have experienced because we had to evacuate our homes in numerous bosque fires. Honestly, our council knows about this fire danger, and for that, I thank you, because you are having discussions about open fires by banning fireworks around the area, but that's not it. We need to take preemptive measures to slow fires by removing all mistletoe growth. I humbly propose that we take action in discussing plans to enact community education, involvement, and investing so that we can safely remove this danger cost effectively. I asked my community members to take a walk next time underneath the cottonwood trees and just look up. Can you imagine the bosque without the cottonwood? I've also brought samples of mistletoe leaves if anyone needs help identifying them in your trees and getting in contact with your local tree services. I thank you for your time and leave you to your constituents.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Camille Vados, please approach the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees, and wonderful neighbors. Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos, New Mexico. It was nice to listen to something other than, thank you for that cottonwood tree introduction and the mistletoe, which is supposed to be a loving thing, but maybe not for our cottonwoods. But nonetheless, you know, I've spoke many times and I'm going to continue to talk and maybe not make sense, but I will talk anyway. Tonight, I'm going to introduce, as a retired teacher of language arts, words are important to me. They always have been. I'm going to introduce a word, and maybe I hope that I'm pronouncing it right, riparian. I'm sorry? Well, thank you. Anyway, that word actually describes our area. We are considered an agricultural area with waterways, you know, our lead, Rio Grande River, our acequias as well, our rivers. We don't have lakes, but I wish we did. But we have what we have, and it makes us unique. And for years, our farmers, our landowners have dealt with the water. And where am I going with this? If we don't consider what these zones or areas represent to us, and we develop, you know, and if it's just about revenue and not what our agricultural and beautiful village has represented for centuries, then it's going to be gone forever. You know, talk about cottonwoods. Once we develop our greenlands, our wetlands, that are also habitats for our wildlife, and even though there's a migratory treaty act, and that I'm just thinking of our migratory wildlife, our cranes, 400 species of birds. You know, I could talk about culture and tradition from now until whenever, and it hasn't made a difference, as well as a number of you. Is my time up? Or will you tell me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. If you want to
I
wrap it up.
will say this. When reviewing the master plan, and I brought the latest vision here, it talks about urbanization moving forward and future. Well, geez, then what about our agricultural zone areas, or whatever that word I just messed up saying, but thank you for helping me. If we don't consider this, and all we're doing is talking about revenue and development, high density, and we have time to be creative.
Thank you, Ms.
That's what our
Vados.
area is all about, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Charles Eberly.
I'm Charles Eberly. I live at 6501 Milky Court Northwest in Los Ranchos. And I'm actually here to talk about the proposal with regards to the position of Jim Long's program, and I signed up for that, so I'm not sure that I should be talking now.
Public comment is, you can talk about anything. You can talk about it.
Okay. I came to Los Ranchos in 1980 for the first time as a physician at Carrington Hospital. And there I moved down to the North Valley and bought the Sims house on the corner of Chavez and Guadalupe Trail. We lived there for 8 years, had a lovely farm. We had horses, we had sheep, we had pigs, we had chickens. We moved to Illinois when I became chief of pediatric orthopedics at Southern Illinois University School of Medicine. And when I finished there, I retired in about 2001. I moved back to Albuquerque and came here to Los Ranchos. I love Los Ranchos. It's a lovely town. The road from Guadalupe Trail down to Rio Grande is absolutely fantastic. The agricultural commitment is real. We planted fruit trees, so we are farmer market people, and we enjoy this place so much. And I don't see that happening in a way that will help us preserve the ambiance of this community, which is so friendly, so agricultural, so inventive about how to do things, and instead build a wall of production housing that blocks off all our views and is closing off openness, which is a basic concept of the master plan. Openness is part of the system. And then the whole idea of two-story buildings there in that lot makes me sick, because you can't see anything in that area except those buildings. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eberly. I have Mr. Muhlenweg. Muhlenweg. Christine Muhlenweg. Mr. Muhlenweg. Thank you. If you don't mind, please say your first and last name and your address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Bob Muhlenweg. I live at 5645 Rio Grande Boulevard, corner of Chavez and Rio Grande. I've been a resident here for 29 years. I was actually planning to talk about something that I understand has been deferred, but in a general sense, the concerns that I have relate to a number of the projects that you all are considering. And I know later on you're going to talk about the moratoriums, but I think it's very important that there be further discussion and input from the residents about the impact of the high density that this is going to have in the village. And I think it really affects us particularly in 2 important ways, perhaps 3. Number 1 is traffic. I go up and down Chavez Road every day. I work up at Osuna and Edith, and there are many days when I'm coming home, the traffic from 2nd Street is backed up beyond the railroad tracks, and adding this huge number of additional residents along Chavez Road is going to impact that. In addition, school has just started, and there are backups leaving the village going east because parents are taking their kids to the middle school, and there's left-hand turns, and so developments along that corridor are just going to make that worse. So traffic, I think, is a very important thing. That affects our quality of life in many ways. The other thing that gets affected by these high-density projects is it's taking away open space. I understand, I was reading over the past week this concept of cluster housing that impacts some of the developments, for example. But I don't think cluster housing as defined, well, frankly, it isn't defined in the master plan, interestingly. The concept is not to put in more homes, but to realign them so that each of those individual homes are donating a part of what would be open space to common open space, as opposed to increasing the total number of homes so that there's much more density, much more impact on traffic and services and so forth. So I would strongly encourage there to be a dialogue before any of these high-density proposals move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Christine Muhlenweg.
Good evening, and I want to thank you all for being such good listeners. I know it's not easy to listen at the end of a long day. In some ways, I'm an oldie in New Mexico. My family has been here for over 400 years, but I'm also a newbie because I've only been in Los Ranchos for 30 years. As it happens, I think I've been here about the same length of time that we've had master plans for the village. And so I also consider the master plans to be newbies. We're all just getting on our feet here. During recent weeks, as I've listened to many of our village residents speak, I realize how little I do know about the history and tradition and everything that's gone into making Los Ranchos the wonderful place to live that it is. And it's possible that some of you all are also newbies, that you're also still learning about the wonderful traditions and history of the village. I have a lot to learn. I learn when I listen to people who have been here for how long? 300 years. I learn from you all. I know you all have had to operate in isolation for the past 2.5 years, but I hope that you'll take advantage now of the voices that are here to educate us and to help us continue to move forward in the same successful way that we have since the village began. Thank you so much for your time.
Ma'am, before you leave, would you address give us your address and your name, please?
I'm so sorry. Christine Muhlenweg, 5645 Rio Grande.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ray Zvetic, come on up.
Whoops. Hi, I'm Ray Savetic. My wife Jennifer and I have lived in the village of Los Ranchos for more than 45 years at a couple of different locations. We're currently at 319 Nuevo Hacienda Lane. We're in the Rincones de los Ranchos neighborhood, which is about 1.5 miles north of the village center. And we raised our family here. And it's always been such a nice place. It's always had a small town feel. And that was one of the wonderful things about it. Heck, you could go over to Chase Hardware. You knew the people who worked there. You could get in and out of there in 5 minutes without having to go to Home Depot to buy something. So I miss that place. But anyway, related to how we view the village character, and the small townness of it. I was a small business owner for over 30 years. The last half of that time, I owned a construction and architectural specialties business, which sold and installed those products in government and commercial construction projects. So I am very much for development. I'm just not for the kind of development, the kind of high-density development being proposed. I still hold a contractor's license, and I see what's going on, and it just kind of makes me ill. You can look no further than the fact that 650 signatures were collected in only 2 weeks' time. And you can look at the coverage map for that request for a high-density moratorium and see that it was from all corners of the village. And as I mentioned, our neighborhood is 1.5 miles north of the village center. So, looking specifically at the Palindrome Project, one thing is logically apparent. The supporting infrastructure, institutions, and services can't handle that density. Existing roadways would not handle the traffic explosion created by the additional 400 to 500 vehicles. All you have to do is, as has been said many times, is drive down Osuna toward 4th during rush hour to see that. The underground water and sewer systems would not be sufficient to handle the large increase. They're aged to begin with. The community schools would not be able to withstand the influx of students. Finally, the village's already stretched law enforcement protection would become virtually impossible to obtain given a criminal emergency, of which there would be many more.
Thank you so much.
Well, in conclusion, we're asking you all to help us preserve our village's way of life. Do what your citizens need and want you to do. Support a moratorium on high-density residential development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Tim McDonough.
I don't have enough for everybody, so if you can share where you can. Good evening, trustee, mayors, neighbors. My name's Tim McDonough. I live at 1024 Ortega Road Northwest. Only been here 37 years. And my purpose today is for two things. Number one, we tend to lump all these projects together, and they're really very different projects. They have different schedules, underlying conditions, and so I want to focus on the Palindrome Project, the Village Center, and basically talk about the timeline and the amount of conversation that's gone on about the Village Center project. So it begins back in May of 2002 when the village hired Stefanos Polizoides, a well-renowned planner, to come in and help them look forward and see what they needed to do to make the village a viable entity long into the future. And as a result of his work and the work of the village then, and I'm sorry, Stefanos is now the Dean of the School of Architecture and professor at Notre Dame University. So he's a pretty respected individual. In November of 2002, they advertised the village zoning ordinance. In December of 2002, they passed the village center zoning ordinance. So 20 years ago, they passed the ordinance that set all this in motion. The ordinance The language was the village center should promote a variety of land uses and include design elements supporting pedestrian and vehicular accessibility, as well as public transit accessibility. The village center shall provide landscape public places directly accessible from public right-of-way, appropriate night lighting, sidewalks, landscape walkways, through the parking areas, sheltered public walkways, et cetera, to create a very comfortable environment. So that was the goal. In 2003, there was another ordinance that included the VC zone, but there were really no significant changes. In March 2004, there was an election. So that was all under Mayor John Hooker's term, with Penny Rimby as a trustee, David Siegel as a trustee, Mayor Lopez as a trustee, and Pablo Rael. In 2004, there was a new election. Mayor Abraham was elected. I was elected. Mary Homan was elected. And so the Board of Trustees changed. However, the decision was made to stay on that path. In April of 2007, Ordinance Number 208 was passed in a public meeting. The new ordinance reduces the area of the VC zone because there were concerns about people wanting to develop in that zone, and it made it very difficult. So they reduced the overall size of the VC zone and decided to move forward with a metropolitan redevelopment project, which is a special category of projects that addresses blight and underutilized property. Jumping ahead, nothing much happened until 2018 because the village was acquiring property. And the village has acquired about 13 acres through negotiations with all the property owners. And so since then, there was a meeting in March 2018, April 2018, November 2018, April, May 2019, October 2020. The message is we've been talking about this for a very long time. And all of these changing Board of Trustees have seen the value of doing something a little different to bring energy to the village, to bring people to the village, to help support the businesses, and to ensure that we're a viable community into the future.
Thank you so much.
They were all advertised. They were all ordinances. Those ordinances have to be advertised twice. You know, I understand that maybe you don't see things. I'm just trying to say it has been discussed for 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. McDonough. I appreciate that. JT Michelson.
Name is JT Michelson. I live at 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest. I've been a very happy resident of the village of Los Ranchos for 55 years. I'm here to support the village center. Tim McDonough has gone through most of the steps that have been taken. It's been public knowledge. A lot of trustees or a lot of village people aren't as knowledgeable. I also want to thank the mayor and the trustees for their service. I want to thank the past mayors and trustees for their service. We've done wonderful things to the village. The village master plan of 1935 did address this issue. We also conducted a survey that was representative of all of the members of the village. We hired a professional team to make sure that all of the voices were known. There was no significant opposition to the village center. In addition, the village mayor and trustees took their day on April 4th to sit down and plan the next few things they think were on importance and priorities for the next 21 months. Their number one item was to develop a sense of community and place, focusing on village center, agricultural center, and the town hall. This has been something that has been discussed. There have been times when people have been opposed to it, but it has been a thing that has been marching forward and is the future of the village of Los Ranchos. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Henry Kelly.
My name's Hank Kelly at 6900 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest. Bonnie and I submitted written comments for this meeting that were not included in the read ones. They are not included in these oral comments, so they are thoughtful. I hope you will read them. First of all, Bonnie, along with Tim McDonough and John Robb, were actively involved in the development of the floor area ratio regulations. She tells me, and I agree, that the application of those floor area ratio regulations to the pilot project, cluster housing project, is completely contrary to what those regulations were intended to do. They were intended to address the size of a building footprint on one lot to preserve space around the building on that lot. So the use of those regulations in a mechanical way in the pilot project ordinance is terribly unfortunate and automatically results in huge increases in the density of projects, particularly within the A1 zone. Please reconsider that ordinance. Okay. I understand the trustees will hold a meeting in September to consider how and why we, the village, got to this place of disconnect between village residents and the mayor and the trustees, and to begin to fix that problem. I agree that oral comments during that meeting are probably not a good idea, but the way we are getting our information now, 2 days before a meeting, 2 days to give you the time to read a 250-page document, just isn't conducive to proper preparation and thoughtful consideration. I would encourage you to encourage the thoughtful submission of written comments from us in sufficient time to have all of them included in a booklet and carefully read by you and by us before these September meetings. I suggest also that it would be very useful were the mayor and you trustees to submit your written observations if any of you choose to do so. It is quite clear from what's been going on in the last several months that the inmates are very restless. We must get back together to work towards a place of shared visions, mutual respect, and trust. And we must start that process now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Tatiana Gross.
I'm seeing a lot of young faces here, but I have to say, I think I'm the youngest. Tatiana Gross, 9 Applewood Lane, Los Ranchos. So I was born here in Albuquerque 20 years ago, and I've spent most of my life here. You know, my parents have lived here for 30 years, and I've fallen in love with that horseshoe driveway and those cacti, and most importantly, Los Ranchos. And honestly, the things that I fell in love with was how beautiful it was, how much of a community we are. I know all my neighbors. I know the people who I see at the growers market. Almost everything is walkable. I know the store clerks. They know my orders. And we're used to each other, and that's how it is. It's such a quaint village. And village is what I want you guys to focus on. We are a village. We are Los Ranchos, and we are small. And the thing about that is I just want you to see through a younger person's eyes what Los Ranchos is. It's beautiful and it's great. It's community. And I want to highlight community and I want to highlight village because that is what's most important here. I don't understand why we are changing something that isn't broken. And why are we changing this from a village and from a community? Thank you. That's all I really want to say.
Thank you. Ms. Loretta Chavez Smith.
Good evening. My name is Loretta Chavez Smith. I live at 536 Chavez Road Northwest. Number one, I'm going to say we need to get some new microphones. I think there's money in the budget for that, okay? Number two, it's been said that we are going to look at property acquisition needed for a roundabout at Ranchitos. Bad idea. There are 2 schools in that area. One of my kids goes to that school. If I'm going to have to go through a roundabout to get that child to school, plus 250 more parents, bad idea. Then there's Los Ranchos. They have school buses to do a roundabout. Bad idea. Then there's the business, who is the little mom and pop type 7-Eleven. Now we're going to take some of his property away. Then we're going to take his parking. We're going to take the ability for his delivery trucks to be able to deliver to him to sell grocery receipts. He could possibly have to close. Then there's CJ's Upholstery. Also, that roundabout is not a good idea. Number 3, we have been told that we do not, as a village, do not know what we want or what we want to be. Take a look. 600 and some petition signatures. I think we are telling you what we want and what we want to be as a village. Thanks, guys. Oh, and by the way, there was a survey for that the 2035 master plan was done in 2018. That was 250 households. And as Steve Harvey would say, what does he say? And the survey says, village, rural, not high-density buildings. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Mr. Wade Jackson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, trustees. My name is Wade Jackson. I'm a lawyer at Sutton Thayer and Brown, 6100 Uptown Boulevard, Northeast in Albuquerque. I represent the Friends of Los Ranchos, a nonprofit organization that has worked with the village government to raise, excuse me, more than $10 million to purchase and preserve open space throughout the village. The Friends are not opposed to development in the village, but rather support development that is conscious of what makes the village unique, including its agricultural heritage and its precious open space. The Friends of Los Ranchos treasure the quality of life in the village enough to have expended their own funds to hire me to be here to try to preserve it and encourage the kinds of development that allow the village to preserve its character and reputation as a destination. The Friends of Los Ranchos represent the interests of those 650 people who call the village home, who signed petitions in support of the moratorium on high-density development until such time as the village can survey those residents and determine if they actually support those types of projects. Those signatories live throughout the village. You were provided a map in writing prior to the meeting. They're not opposed to any particular development because of its impact on their nearby properties. Rather, they favor quality, lower density growth that is consistent with the village's rural character. The Friends ask that you keep those interests in mind as you make your decisions on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Deborah Chavez Jaramillo.
My name is Deborah Chavez Jaramillo. I live at 521 Sandia View. I was born in the village. I'm 61 years old. Yes, part of the Chavez family. I was one of the many that went out and got signatures during the 4th of July in the heat. And I just want to tell you the feedback that I got from I got about 60 signatures of my own, that I got from people. And the biggest concerns they had were the traffic, that there were no independent environmental or traffic studies. These were the things they brought up to me. They were concerned about the high density housing and apartments. They feel when they moved in the village, this is not the kind of environment they were looking for. And for the long life residents, that was not what was promised to us when we joined the village. They feel it's taking away from the atmosphere of the village. The other problems they had with it was the lack of communication and clarity. I know we've been talking about that this has been going on. I remember my father telling me about this before he passed and what the original master plan was. They feel that notifying people 300 feet away from each project is not good. We need to notify the whole village. We are a village. Everybody needs to know. The other part they talked about was, I'm sorry, a little nervous. Nobody was against commercial, new development of commercial or residential. We just want it to be what the village is about. We don't want high density. We want it to fit in with what we are all about. People that bought into the village has paid millions of dollars for their property. I was lucky I inherited. But you know what? My land, half of it is VC1, the other half is C1. I could develop my property. I don't want to. I want to pass it on to the next generations the way it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a Cynthia. Sorry, I cannot see your last name or read it. 333 Willow Road.
Cynthia Sylvester, sorry, probably can't read my handwriting. 333 Willow Road. I've been a resident of Willow Road for 20 years. I don't know if that makes me an old timer or not, but I have been around long enough to know all about the master plan and how it has impacted those of us on Willow Road for me, 20 years. You know, and I'm not going to go into that long history because people who are around know it. It hasn't always been easy. I know that much. That's why I know a little bit about village, the way things operate. Regardless of that, I also know that I live next to a commercial property. Honestly, the gentleman that moved out of the property that I bought moved out because of the master plan. He moved up to Rio Rancho. Yeah, so, so I just wanted to just speak to that a tiny bit. Really, what I also wanted to talk about was I was one of the people who went out to distribute the petition, and I did, of course, Willow, Vineyard, 4th, and the little walking bike trail on 2nd Street along the ditch. And just like everybody said here, nobody was against development. Nobody was against, you know, making things to where there's gross receipts coming in, building on property that the village has spent 20 years purchasing. Yeah, so make it something that's nice, of course. But what I would say was shocking were two things. One is that nobody knew, even on Vineyard, about the extent of the development. So I knew, because I live right there and I've dealt with it for 20 years. The other shocking thing was just walking along Vineyard versus walking on Willow, how much traffic they have because of the Dion's and Sadie's and the gas station. And of course, Luigi's across the street. and Blake's. So people just tearing up and down that road. That is the future of Willow Road. That's probably the future of a lot of the roads in this high-density area, but not only them. It's the future of the village of Los Ranchos. Because of, again, I'm not an elitist. I live on Willow Road, next to a trailer park and a storage unit, okay? Or what was a trailer park and a storage unit, okay? So I'm not. So the last thing I want to say is that I know you guys are discussing a traffic system analysis today, but why wasn't that done before the Palindrome agreement was signed? Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Albert.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Diane Elizabeth Albert, and I'm also speaking on behalf of my husband, Eric Austin Pinkerton, and we live at 820 Ranchitos Road for 30 years. And I hear all you people talking about traffic. You want to live on Ranchitos Road and have people driving 65 miles an hour past my house. We had a head-on collision that took out a fire hydrant a year ago, and a person killed my pug and never even slowed down. And she died in my arms. So I know about traffic. So that's why I'm here to talk about on Ranchitos Road. I am very in favor of traffic calming measures in the village. I have a PhD in engineering, and Gil and George and I and the mayor and I have spoken. And by the way, I just wanted to thank you, the mayor and the village trustees, for your service. I really appreciate it. I'm very emotional because I'm just thinking about my dead dog dying in my arms because these crazy people are driving down Ranchitos at 60 miles an hour. I want to thank you so much for putting the traffic hump on the ditch. I was talking to some village residents, and they said even the school bus drivers wanted to get airborne over our little ditch there and so on. So I really appreciate it. And, what can I say? But so let me calm down a little bit. So I would say I really want to appreciate your wonderful staff here, Miss Simon, who's a great administrator, and Miss Molina Cedillo, who's a great person. What's your title? Clerk. Yeah, clerk.
Thank
I really appreciate you guys. So anyway, I would say I really appreciate you, everyone, being upset about traffic and speeding. And I would ask everybody not to speed on Ranchitos Road. So thank you very much. Put in traffic cones. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say is, if we could put it in the budget to put traffic cones all the way down Ranchitos Road, I would really appreciate it. So my other dogs don't get killed.
Thank you so much. George Bello.
Mayor Lopez, village trustees, members of the audience, my name is George Bello, and I live at 1014 Ranchitos Road, Northwest Village of Los Ranchos. Our goal, our group known as Keep Los Ranchos Rural, did not join together to try to make your jobs harder or to attack you. The intent was to provide you with the pulse of the majority of your constituents and what they're thinking and the direction they prefer our beautiful village to go in. Recently, it was brought to my attention that there was some doubt that the village residents who had signed the petitions represented only those in the affected areas, not the village as a whole. This is not true. My wife and I do not live in the affected areas that the petitions address, nor do the signatures of the residents we received on the petitions. The areas we canvassed for the petition signatures included the following areas in the northwest section of the village: Ranchitos Road, west of Rio Grande Boulevard; Bosque Road, west of Rio Grande Boulevard; Private Road, south of Ranchitos Road, west of Rio Grande Boulevard; La Senda Lane, east of Rio Grande Boulevard. Look at the signatures and addresses of the residents that signed the petitions on these streets. You will see your friends, your neighbors, and your acquaintances. In our canvassing, there was not one household who refused to sign the petitions. In fact, we were thanked by numerous residents for taking on the task to ensure that our village remains rural. They further commented that if it happens in one section of our village, what will keep it from happening in all the rest of the village? So please don't be fooled by assuming that only residents that are in the immediate area addressed in the petitions are concerned what is taking place in the village. But it is rather widespread consensus throughout our community. Please listen to what we're telling you. Please pass a moratorium to prohibit high-density construction in all locations throughout our village. Again, I stress all locations throughout our village. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Kiefer? She's coming.
Mayor, trustees, thank you for your time. I was going to talk about, I really had nothing planned. But so this is going to completely digress just because of the attendance at this meeting. My recommendation would be for future meetings to have it in a bigger location so that we're not turning people away. Before I was able to get outside and kind of help advocate for those that were outside, and Miss Danielle was so helpful, and thank you, Danielle, for allowing me to collect signatures and addresses outside to bring them up so these people's voices could still be heard. It may be something that we want to look at in the future. Other than that, you know, I think I've made my position pretty clear over the last couple months of I'm not against development. I support development. I'm with everybody else. Quality development, low rise, make it something that the community can be proud of, not something that ends up detracting from the reason that I moved here. I grew up in the Valley. My goal was to live in Los Ranchos, so I busted my butt to get a job to be able to afford to live in Los Ranchos. And I take pride in that. And that's something that I want to maintain. And then the reason I wanted to live here was for the space. I've lived in Rio Rancho in the cookie box, or the cookie cutter houses with the postal stamp lots. I've lived in the Heights with slightly bigger, but there's still nothing like the North Valley, and especially Los Ranchos, and just want to keep it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Gordine McKenzie?
Mayor, trustees, and neighbors.
I was one of the people walking the streets in 101 temperature trying to gather signatures. Luckily, I live at the corner of Guadalupe and Applewood, and we have beautiful sunflowers, hollyhocks, all kinds of native plants and everything else, and a wildlife habitat. So people always stop by and go, "Oh, how beautiful. Can I get some seeds, or can I have this?" And I would walk out and I'd say, "Do you know what's happening in the village?" And everyone was happy to sign. But I also went to Ranchitos, Lindgren, Applewood, Ortega, Rio Grande, Chamasal, Chamisa, Rule, Green Valley, Bledsoe, Tyler, and numerous other streets to collect signatures. And people offered to help my neighbors. And we were lucky to turn in over 127 signatures on the petition. Everyone was pleased to sign. No one knew what was going on. And most people gave feedback on not wanting high density, not against development. I'm not against sane development, something sustainable, something beautiful that enhances the village. But also, I have been looking at high density studies. I'm a researcher, a former faculty member and chair of a department. And surprisingly, at some of the most credentialed colleges, people are saying they were very surprised with the results. They thought high density was the way that we should go, that it made a lot of sense. But now people are starting to write about their surprise, and they're finding the opposite of what they thought. And some of the schools include London School of Economics, and I can give you sources for some of the other ones. They found that traffic congestion, exposing residents to higher levels of pollution, and partially as a result, created higher mortality rates in communities where there was high density. Many of the studies found that too much density is associated with negative health outcomes, particularly in terms of mental health of the residents that live in high density housing. There is a sense of lower levels of satisfaction and a poorer sense of community among those residents. It also found that those residents used more gas and drove their cars more, maybe to get out of the living situation that they were in. I have been reviewing wonderful and troubling goals in your 2035 master plan. Some of it is wonderful and uplifting, and I think really wonderful in terms of preserving the distinct character of the village, the openness, the views of the mountains, keeping the village residents safe, reducing air pollution, minimizing light pollution and noise pollution, and reducing traffic.
Sorry, Ms. McKenzie, your time is up.
Is it really? Okay.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Sorry, I didn't do it. Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northeast. Let me just finally say, all of the authors of the master plan note that it's a living document that can be changed and amended. Please do, with keeping residents in mind and keeping our village beautiful and keeping the development beautiful and accessible.
Thank you. Nancy Nangeroni.
My fellow village residents and friends, and that includes everybody here, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, including the understandable wish to see our families prosper. Nobody gets it right every time, including the 2035 Master Plan Committee. They laid out 137 pages of objectives and action steps, 64 pages of data on the village, and the 19 public input meetings in 2018 and 2019, attended by committee members and about 20 others on average. They also laid out 81 pages of reporting on a telephone survey of 250 village residents in 2018, as has been mentioned. In that survey, housing was discussed repeatedly. When asked if the village needs more affordable housing units and should it allow casitas, should it let people build casitas in the yard, 54% agreed. Now this is great because if we allow more casitas, we'll get more affordable housing. Problem solved. I mean, truly, you know, why reinvent the wheel? This is great. Now, more natural growth pattern. If we allow people to build casitas, that's a more natural way of growing. It's natural for a family to want to build a house in the backyard for the kids. So when people were asked whether or not they agree with undeveloped areas should be zoned to allow for greater housing, the response was 7-3 against, more than a 2-1 against undeveloped areas should be zoned to allow greater housing. And by a 2-1 margin, residents agreed that, and I'm quoting, the village should not support any more residential or commercial development. By a 2-1 majority. And I found it very interesting that retirees and residents who have lived here more than 20 years oppose development by 4-1. Now, and with apologies, no, I forgot the phrase. Anyway, us older folks, we do count and we should not be discriminated against. We understand that some folks want more younger people in the village, but I just think we have people in the village. We have enough people in the village. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you so much.
Let me just finish up with, advertising may satisfy the legal requirements, but is not the same thing as informing a constituency. Nobody knew about this beforehand. And Palindrome has no clue what Los Ranchos is about. And you can tell that by the silos that they're proposing to put in this development.
Before you leave, ma'am, will you state your name and address for the record?
I will. Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Gwen Allen.
Hi, my name is Gwen Allen. My address is 823 Tyler Road. And I just want to be brief. I've lived here a little over 20 years in 2 different spots in the village. This is where I wanted to live. So I made it happen. I mean, I worked and I got a place, we fixed it up, whatever. So I work over at the elementary school. And every day I drive along Travis for the last 20 years. And I have seen, there used to not be any cars in the morning. Now, when I go to take the left on, Neighbor, I often have to wait for 5, 6, 7 cars. And I look in my rear view, same thing. Cars are backed up. So there's been a lot of changes in 20 years. So I've been listening to people talk, and it's just like, I've heard about these changes. I didn't know what was happening. And when I found out, it's heartbreaking. I'm talking more about the property on Chavez and Guadalupe. The Girl Scouts, they were going to have their project, their senior project, be buying the land for the cranes, which is a pretty big, they can't do that, it's too much, right? But their concern was, where will the cranes go if this ever gets developed? So I said, I drive to work along Chavez, and I look at people heading east. And in the winter, when the cranes are there, they slow down. And I watch their faces, and they are looking at those cranes. They are cherished. If it becomes developed there, high density, we will have concrete. It will make it hotter here. A green space is much cooler. If that becomes developed and on the corner of the other big project, it will increase the heat here in the village. And it'll be Albuquerque. It will just be Albuquerque. It will not be the village anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David Montoya.
Hello, thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to thank every one of you, the trustees, mayor, because this is a tough job, and I get it. So I just want to thank you very much for what you do. I and my wife own property on Ortega and 4th Street. And I came here with a zoning request to fix up. We've owned this property for over 40 years. And I grew up in the village also. I'm at 517 Pueblo Solano, where I live now. And my grandparents raised their family at 4th and El Pueblo over 100 years ago. So, and my family still lives there. So at any rate, I went because I wanted to remodel one of the rentals we have at 4th and Ortega. Guess what? They told us that we could not remodel that apartment unless we added 9 more, because there's a minimum of 20 units per acre. This happens to have half an acre. And so they said, in that zone, you must add 9 more. So I couldn't just add 1 casita, even though we've had it. So we had to build, we had to remodel and use it as commercial. But I was shocked, and I came down here and I tried to see, how did that happen? I mean, you mean 20 maximum? No, 20 minimum. So this is just weird. And I thought it's got to be a typo, but it wasn't. So I came here and I spoke here and I said, something's the matter. We need to fix this. Well, guess what? They can't fix it. They want to stay with this high density. So my question is, what does it take? We thought we got to do something. I canvassed our area, property owners just like us on 4th Street, and they were just going, what? What are you talking about? We can't fix our place? No. So we thought, what do we do? The best idea we could come up with was this petition. And with all the people, we got together and we did this petition. But guess what? You guys say no, only for south of Chavez and Osuna. Somebody's not listening. We're not getting through. So my question is, do we need 800? Do we need 1,000? Do we need 2,000? What do we need so we can get a moratorium to stop high density? It's obviously not wanted. Thank you.
Mr. Montoya. Mr. Montoya, would you please state your name and address for the record? My apologies. My apologies. Thank you. Pam Montoya, Ms. Pam Montoya.
My name is Pamela Montoya, and I live at 517 Pueblo Solano Northwest. My family, like others here, has been here for over 300 years. We've lived in the village for over 47 years in the same place. And I was surprised and disappointed, really, to find out about the high-density zoning within the village of Los Ranchos. We've raised our 5 daughters here. They walk to school. As a family, we would walk to the growers market, no fear, with our grandkids. I always cherished the fact that I lived in the village where the rural atmosphere was valued. I knew I could escape the city traffic where many lots are filled with multi-story apartment buildings and parking lots. It used to be the village of Los Ranchos' goal was to reflect and preserve the village identity and character with agriculture, village history, and natural environment. With your new vision of high-density zoning, you are changing and defeating the goals to preserve the character of the village. Just not too long ago, I took a quick drive down the less than 4 miles of 4th Street that is the village. There are at least 13 potential locations for high-density building. So within that 4 miles on both sides, east and west, we could expect multi-story apartments. Fourth Street in the village used to be like 4th Street in Alameda, with single family dwellings, a few multifamily lots, and some family-run local businesses. If the village continues with their plan, 4th Street will be like driving down a major avenue in the city with high-density, multi-story apartments and parking lots. I know that this doesn't have as much impact on the residents of Rio Grande and other character areas, but I think that every character area of the village should reflect the vision to preserve the identity of the village of Los Ranchos with agriculture, natural environment, and history. How sad to give up the gem that was the village of Los Ranchos. Instead of trying to fill every lot with high-density apartments, shouldn't the village, almost done, shouldn't the village work to bring more small local business to the area for gross receipts? The new street lighting, brick walks, and landscape begs for pedestrians walking to their favorite cafe, locally owned retail shop, or art gallery. Let's not take the easy way out and be more creative in our vision for our village. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tom Donnellan. Tom Donnellan.
My name is Tom Donnellan. I live at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest. Thank you, Mayor Lopez and trustees, for tolerating all of our chastising of you. And I do really appreciate the effort you do. I did spend a year as the finance person here at the village when I first came to the village. I was here for 6 months under Hooker and 6 months under Larry Abrams. So it was an interesting time, and I appreciated the work that I did here. Today I want to speak on the village center that's to be built at 4th and Osuna. I understand and support that we need growth and development, and things are going to change, and there's things that are just going to happen, and that I support. But do it reasonably. Do it with something that fits with the village. I don't know
I don't know what the thought process was that came to think that what's currently to be built at 4th and Osuna is anything that would be acceptable to the residents of this village. Would you expect to see this in Taos, in Corrales? Would you, or even Belen or Los Lunas? This is just a really totally out of scale to this village and what we want. To better understand the vision for the village center, I read through the master plans. I can't say that I really read it from word for word, which I usually do because they're fairly voluminous. But what was interesting to me was that the 2020, which was done in 2010, and the 2035, which was done recently around 2020, didn't have much to say about what they thought the vision for the village center was to be. There weren't many details in there. But the 2010, which was done in 2000, had some really specific pieces to it. One was that they wanted the buildings to be staggered on the street so that it invited people to move in and out and invited people to go back further in within it. It talked about step backs for the heights, so the further back you were from the streets, the higher you could build. But on the street, it was to be like 1 story plus whatever accoutrements above that, but it was basically a 1-story front. And when they talked about higher density for the residential in that area, they talked about 7 to 15 units. Not 24 units that somehow now is in the village requirement, let alone it could be so much larger than that. And then I looked in the recent village vision, and what Palindrome suggested in their conceptual design was very similar to what was suggested in the 2010 master plan.
Mr. Donnellan, thank you.
Don't let this development at 4th and Osuna be your legacy. Don't let Albuquerque and Portland urbanization be your mark on Los Ranchos.
Thank you. Ms. Linda McKee.
Hello, my name is Linda McKee, 749 Chavez Road Northwest. Hello, I'm Linda McKee, 749 Chavez Road Northwest. So I want to say first, it's great to see such participation at these Board of Trustee meetings. I think comments have been made that where were we some years ago, right? Well, we're here now. And what I'd like to request is that we have a venue big enough so that people may participate. We have so many people being turned away, so many people who can't sit. The meeting goes from 5 to 11. It's not acceptable. This has got to be in a place where everybody can participate. Switching topics. In the July 13 Board of Trustees meeting, petitions were turned over with over 600 signatures to this board. And I don't see that reflected in the meeting minutes. I may have missed it. Okay, I thought the meeting minutes were already approved. No, they weren't. They don't get approved until tonight. Thank you. Moving on. Traffic study recently done, I believe, a recent one, and I understand it's posted. What I'd like to understand is where is it posted on the village website, and who conducted the traffic study, if we can find that out. Different topic. My comment on the village center. We've been told that this has been in the making for quite some time. There was grand vision around this village center, and my question is, Was low-income housing part of that original vision? If it was, oh darn, that's just not a very good vision. If it wasn't, where did it evolve? When did that happen? Where is that being talked about? I hate to think Palindrome is setting the vision and the pace for the village center, because that's what it looks like. If this has been in the making for as long as apparently we're being told, why do we not have the infrastructure in place already? Why do we still have issues with the infrastructure? Last comment, traffic on Chavez Road. We keep hearing about the plan to make it a multi-use road. That is years away. I understand we have money. I understand we have a plan to study. Okay, I'd like to understand what's being done now. When I write to the village, I don't get responses. I know I'm not the only one writing, complaining about the speeding on Chavez. Why can't we install road bumps or something? Why right now? Why are we waiting? What are we waiting for? Okay, I don't want to wait 5 years to hear what might get done with Chavez Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Clark. Diana Clark. We can wait, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. If you would, please state your name and address for the record. Sure. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Diana Clark, and I live at 601 El Paraiso Road Northwest, Los Ranchos, New Mexico, and I've lived in the same house for 54 years. I was even living here before they even formed the village in 1958, but not in the same house. But thank you all for being here. I love to see that we've all come together finally, because this country is so divided, and it seems like we're all after the same thing. What I want to speak about is that I passed petitions around in the neighborhood, and I got it was a short thing. We only had 2 days to get it done. And I got 89 people to sign the petition. Not one of them said anything against it. They were all wanting to sign the petition. And I even had people come up to me and ask me if they could sign that did not live in the village, because they have heard about Los Ranchos. They love Los Ranchos. They like to come out here and they like to see the greenery and the people are friendly and everything. And if we continue with this high density area, I'm afraid we'll lose the camaraderie that we have in this village. Most of us have known each other for years and years and years, and we have voted for people that have gone clear up to Washington even, but that have come from our area that we know. And it's just a good place to live, and if we start changing the atmosphere and the continuity of the village, it's just not going to be good. It's going to turn out into another Albuquerque or another big city. It's not going to be special. It's not going to be friendly. It's sad. And the thing that I worry about is the kids, because I grew up where it was a good place to live as a child, and we knew everybody on the block and up the street and at the school and everything. And the way it is now, if we don't continue keeping this rural and keeping this area the way it has been for the last 50 years, then what are we doing to our children? What kind of a life are we giving them? Do we really have the infrastructure to put in high-density areas. And if we do this in one area, like south from Osuna, then once it's done, it's going to go even further north. It's going to continue growing, and then we've lost everything. And it makes me sad that we might lose this and that our children will not have this ability that we had growing up. And thank you all for being here, and thank you all for showing that we're all in agreement and we're together. I'm so proud of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Denise Jensen? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. If you would, please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hopefully you can hear my voice. Denise Jensen, 551 El Paraiso Road Northwest. My mom and dad moved down here. And when they did, we were little. We loved it down here. We loved it. We were able to have a cow and have chickens and stuff, and we loved it. This is a village. I love it when we drive down here and we can see the houses on there with big property and everything. Big land, open land. I don't know why we want to build and make it cluttered. Like they were saying earlier, along 4th Street where they did the brick and stuff like that, put shops in there so we can walk down there and go visit. I mean, we have grandkids or little kids even come over. We can't even walk down there. There's nothing to see at all. We can't even walk down there. And once they build this stuff, we're not going to be able to walk down there with the kids because the traffic is going to be so bad. It's just, it's horrible. It's going to be so condensed. I mean, you can't even, I work on base. I came to this meeting today. It took me 45 minutes to get here. I was coming down Osuna, and it was horrible. The traffic was horrible. It took me 45 minutes to get here, which it shouldn't have. It should have been coming off Paseo or Montano. I should have been here. But no, because of the traffic, it was ridiculous. I'm just saying, listen to us, please. I mean, we love the way it is. Let's keep it that way. I don't know, we just enjoy it down here. It's peaceful, it's quiet. You can hear the birds. I remember when I was little and we were sleeping, we could hear the train. And now all we hear is traffic. So, I mean, you know, my kids grew up here, and I want my grandkids to grow up here. And if we build all this stuff, we're not even be able to walk on our street. They're not going to be able to ride their bikes on the street like we used to. I mean, we used to be able to ride down Chavez. We used to be able to walk to Taft. We can't even walk to Taft. My mother was walking down the street, and there were some guys coming down the street. One of them got his shoe and just slapped my mom right on the ass. Sorry. And I'm like, you know, that was uncalled for. But it's people like that we're going to be attracting. And I mean, just take us all into consideration. That's all I ask. I mean, we all love it down here. That's the reason we all moved down here. I mean, and like, I don't know if you guys don't like to listen in the morning, the birds and chirping and everything, the peacock we used to have down the street, everything. But I mean, it's very peaceful. Sitting on the porch at night, listening to the birds and everything, and just watching people walking up and down the street. I mean, knowing your neighbors, visiting with them. I mean, we enjoy that. Just listen to us. Please don't change it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Joyce Carlson?
Hi, I'm Joyce Carlson Levitt, and I live at 944 Green Valley Road, Northwest, the house with all the trees. My husband and I were married the same time that the village was formed. And we bought our house the second time. The first time we bought a house, my son decided to go swimming in the ditch. And we thought we had to get away. He was rescued. It's the kid that's now 61, but had several lives that he. But anyway, we've lived in our house since 1965. We've been in the village all the years since '59, except for 1 year in Placitas. And it was such a good. The idea that we lose, when I saw the sign on the corner of Chavez and Guadalupe Trail, and says, "Keep it green." My goodness, how many times can you, in this part of Albuquerque, see the snow geese and the cranes? You don't have to go all the way down to Bosque del Apache. And we raised 5 kids there. One was allergic to cow's milk, so guess what? We get a goat. And I milked the goat. And then in order to I grew all our vegetables. That's one part of the land that is really their land. And we had Muscovy ducks to eat the grasshoppers. It doesn't matter. It's just that we had this wonderful life there, and it's been so long. And the idea that would be simply destroying it. And see, the part is, I did not hear about all of this till just a couple days ago. And I read the paper, and it's appalling. And then to think, just to think that would be all gone. I'm repeating, because it was just my life all these years here, and I'm 86. I wanted to get here as soon as I heard about it. And I only heard about that one happening. And that was, somehow, well, I've been to Mexico a lot in South America, and somehow or other, I had envisioned a Mexican-type plaza with the little stores around it, and thought, oh, that's wonderful. And I heard, my God, and then why did they put all the speed bumps on Guadalupe Trail, and then they're doing something that's, I grant you, it was getting people going too fast there, but they're kind of big bumps too. And but why did they're thinking of something that would bring in so much more traffic when they're already doing something like to cut down on the traffic problems with the, why?
Thank you.
Anyway,
Miss.
It's just a long-time village resident, and I love it all, and raised my kids here, and so that's enough.
Thank you so much. Mr. Melies.
Mel Eves, 721 Chavez Road, Northwest. My wife, Marianne. First of all, I want to give you applause. You are great. My friends and neighbors turning out like this, and I'm really proud of all of you for your patience, because it's not easy, I know.
It's our job.
Yeah.
It's our job.
But you're doing it, and I'm very, very proud of you. We came here tonight loaded for bear, this crowd did. We were ready to persuade you on what to do on some projects that are not very popular. And I think everybody's a little disappointed that we didn't get a chance to do that tonight, but I understand the reason for postponing. So I'm going to bring up a different subject, which I think will also be of interest to everybody here. The Palindrome Project, I've heard a lot of people talk about, well, look, we gave notice, we've complied with the law. And I don't doubt that you did that. I don't. But I would point out one thing. The ordinance now, the zoning ordinance, only requires direct notice to people within 400 feet. And I next door to the winery, and back when we were fighting the winery battle in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission and here, I didn't even get a direct notice because I was outside the 400 foot and I'm right next door. So a lot of people, I believe, did not know about all the things that are on the list that we were given a while ago. And it's not because you violated the law, but I would urge you, give direct notice to more people because the communication is very important. The other point I'm going to bring up is Palindrome. And I know that probably is a done deal, but there's one thing in that project that is very upsetting to everybody here. And that's the fact that the village gave for $1 a $6 or $7 million piece of property to private developers. And I've stayed pretty up on what's going on here in the village, but I wasn't aware of that until I got a copy of the State Board of Finance minutes, which I sent to the mayor. I told him, I didn't tell him, but I wrote a note saying these minutes are being circulated among the village because they talk about this gift. And I have made a document request, public records request to the village for basically anything associated with that gift and the deed of that property. And I want to ask the trustees and the mayor this evening, I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything wrong. I don't believe anybody would knowingly do that. But this is raising everybody's hackles. Nobody likes the fact that Palindrome is a project we don't like. We don't want it there. It doesn't fit. But to think that our tax money was used to give them that property.
Thank you, Mr. Eves. Mr. Eves.
So my
Mr.
request,
Eves, if you would please wrap it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. My last request. I'm going to ask the mayor and the trustees, please produce any records you've got on that transaction, on that deed, because the people in this room want to know about it. And we're not accusing anybody of anything wrong, but we want to know that it was done right, and we want to be reassured that there something untoward didn't happen. And I know most of you weren't even on the trustees at that time. So thank you very much. Thank you.
If there's anybody who wishes to speak under public comment who did not sign up.
Please come forward, state your name and address. You have 3 minutes. We're going to take a break at 7:15. This meeting's going to last a long time.
Hi, my name is Hilda Kirshner, and I live at 124 Green Valley Road. I'm not in the village, but I live a block and a half from 2nd Street, and I live 3 blocks from Chavez. Now, the traffic is outrageous. When I have to get on to Chavez or 2nd Street, and it is rush hour, I'd say probably 80% of the time to go south, I have to go north because I'd be waiting there for 10 minutes, and I decide to turn right. And I don't know, I spoke to the woman next to me who has been here. I was outside. Has anybody taken into account the safety issue of fire trucks getting into Zia Gardens or police getting into Zia Gardens, or if an ambulance getting in there when the traffic is so outrageous. I mean, this is a major issue. And I live at 124 Green Valley Road.
Thank you, ma'am. The next person wishing to speak, please approach the podium.
My name is Eugenia Eberly. I was the historian for Los Ranchos for 2 years before I lost my eyesight, or I'd still be here. And I did a lot of traveling around Los Ranchos, just delighted to see what I saw. I interviewed a number of people, sergeants, both the sergeants, and I just had a wonderful time. I lost my eyesight. I have an idea. Why not have a historical society and something educational on those grounds across the street on Osuna and 4th Street? I think that children are not reading, people are not reading, and I think we need more education, and this would be an ideal place to put something of this sort here. It would be, and I have to add, the John Gall meme atmosphere, which I said something about the other day. Thank you very much. Did you want something?
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you hear me? My name is Jim Rogers, and I live at 805 Salamanca Northwest, Los Caballero. And just to be right up front, I'm a developer. And the only project I've done in the village was on Osuna. It was a business park. Yes, what was the name of it? You reminded me of it. Yes, it turned out very nice, and it did very well. And Muhlenweg, who spoke earlier, actually, I realized has an office there. It's a little overwhelming. I've been on all sides of developments, and it's very impressive how people have come together in this community. And I've lived here for 22 years, and I feel like a newcomer. And my family moved to New Mexico in the 1800s, and we grew up thinking we've been here forever, and you hear people get up and talk about 400 or 500 years. It's pretty impressive. And one of the meetings that I was in, I had originally wanted to just attend to Jim Long's project, but since that's not going to happen, one of the meetings I was at, George, I think you brought up that everybody should just kind of calm down and step back and look at this thing. What's going on in the village? What do we want in our village? And when Harvey White got up and gave his talk, it hit every bullet that everybody in this room probably really wants to see happen in the village, but we just don't have it. For whatever reason, and I would agree with Mel Eves, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but for whatever reason, there is a lack of transparency. And when you have a lack of transparency, I've been in that situation where you have a lack of transparency for whatever reason. Could just be the clouds out. But when you have that, neighbors get in fear, they get mad, eventually you end up in litigation. And we don't want to do that. I would say that the Chavez family, the comments that you made about what's going on down here is quite incredible. I think everybody that came up here and said anything about it. And so I would say on the Long project, whether the village buys the land or it's developed or whatever, the good thing that we have about that, and it's too easy to get into not liking people that are doing things, development particularly, but Jim Long has an incredible legacy in Albuquerque. I mean, he's from Albuquerque, and he's built quite an empire that is architecturally in awe from my perspective. And I did a project years ago, and I've never been in business with Jim Long. He doesn't invest with me. I don't invest with him, but he has a great legacy, in my opinion. And when I did a project called the Oxbow, and when we finished it years ago, Long called me up out of the blue and said, wow, I just really love what you did there. It's really great to see great projects go on. And Scott Scheibor, I saw him at one of the meetings, and Scott Scheibor built out the Oxbow Village for us. There is no better commercial builder, custom builder in the business, I don't think. And so I got to hope, John, I don't want to put you out here, put you on the spot, but I got to hope that there's a way to either get a smaller committee to meet with you guys in Long and see what we could do about just reducing the density a little bit, or sell it, or whatever you can do. I just think that there's a great opportunity there. And I would really encourage everybody to take advantage of it, to get it right.
Thank you so much.
Not hate people.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here, including the trustees and mayor, of course. I'm David Hudson. I've lived in the village for 17 or 18 years. We moved here from Washington, D.C. area, so we know what congestion is. And I've been lucky, fortunate enough to be the chairman of the Lavender of the Village Committee for the last 9 years. And undoubtedly, we talk to people coming to the festival, and they say, what a great place this is. We had no idea this was here in Albuquerque. And I kind of correct them and say, no, you're in Los Ranchos. And they said, oh, well, okay. But we get people for this. We had like 9,000 people a few weekends ago. Not all from Albuquerque. They were from Colorado. They were from all over because they'd heard about Lavender Festival. And when they get here, invariably they comment about the surroundings, the trees, irrigation ditches. It's just marvelous. So when I heard that they were going to be some development, they want to keep the character of the village with landscaping and buildings. I said, are they talking about this project? And so I turned the next page, and I couldn't say anything on this brochure that looked like the village of Los Ranchos. So have I been misled, or is this incorrect information? I don't know. Whatever it is, I like that idea that someone suggested a few minutes ago about having a village center to look like the center of a small town in Mexico. And I've ridden my motorcycle all through New Mexico and Guatemala, and that is a perfect model for what we could do here. Not this. Thank you.
Mr. Hudson.
May I have your attention? This is going to be a long meeting. Trustees, I recommend a 15-minute recess, and we will resume with public comment. I need a second.
I'll second that.
No, I need a second from the governing body.
I'll second.
Thank you. We're in recess for 15 minutes. We'll restart at 7:25.
Two hours. Oh, boy. There's it. Well, what is that? Oh, yeah, I think I got this in my packet. Yeah. Maybe it might be a little different. I'll hold on to it.
I'm doing well.
Gotta make sure my mic is on the keyboard. I'll be okay. It's not gonna Don't worry.
Not anymore.
How you doing, Joe? We're gonna have to stop meeting like this. No kidding. Didn't know when you became a trustee how easy you were and how bad you were. Yeah, this is a contentious situation. Yeah. And with very few solutions. We got an open mic. That's tough. Yeah. Yeah, just sort of one step at a time. Yeah. Do what we can do. I think I do believe that this is this. Hey, Bob. I thought you were coming up to say, could you have my job? Come on up, I'll step aside. Burn City, yes. I remember that. Yeah. Forget that. Too much involvement. Yeah, that would have been too much involvement, yeah. People know where to find me. You're welcome. We're looking forward to trying to see Keeping the pressure up, that's good.
I haven't heard.
Well, I know, I've been researching, it's been it's evolved. It's been like scope creep, right? And the main thing to me is, when did we allow high density farming to be a thing? And it was in 2018, we got this ordinance. So I know I've talked about the back and forth about that. David! This is an impossible problem, man.
Oh, it is.
He wants to bend your ear.
We need that one. God, that just going down. That was shocking. So, we went, that's 700 acres.
Yeah.
What is it? Why is that?
Well, we'll see. You know, the whole thing's gonna play out. It's gonna play out one way or another. Really. You'll see. 2 years from now, you'll understand. Oh, I understand. No, I understand. Yeah. I know. But the rules have been there for a long time. 30, yes, they have. No, 2002. No. 48 feet, and the VC was created. Yeah. It's, oh, no, but we're going to change that. We're going to change that. We're going to cut that height down. We're absolutely going to cut it down, in my opinion.
It's actually not bad.
Please be seated. The time is 7:26. We are reconvening our regular meeting of the Board of Trustees, August 10th, 2022. We will resume with public comment. Please come forward, state your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Randy McKee. I live at 749 Chavez Road Northwest. Honorable Mayor, trustees, thank you for listening to us tonight. I know that this is challenging to sit this long and listen to the same things stated over and over again. I've got 3 points, and the first one is I really enjoyed Dr. White's summary. I can just imagine what he was thinking when he was thinking of some kind of an educational center. What I would love to see is Los Prados de Chavez, in honor of Barbara Chavez and her family that originally owned that property. In the same light that Las Golondrinas is, let's make this a destination. That is a marvelous place up there. There is history, there is heritage, there are families here that know it. I've spent many, many, many hours talking to Ron Chavez about the history of this village. He's become a very good friend. I love the stories. I love what he knows about this village. I know that there's 400 years of history in many, many families in this village.
Let's honor that. People talked about a small Mexican-style village in there. Let's make a small Los Ranchos-style village in there that honors the heritage of the many people here. Let's have people come here. We heard a teacher talk about being able to teach reading. Let's have reading paths in that. Let's have exhibits that people participate in, like in Los Ranchos or Las Golondrinas. Let's have beehives. Let's have grapes. Let's have many, many things and make that a destination. Have you been up to Las Golondrinas recently? Well, before COVID? You almost have to make a reservation to get into there. Let's make this a destination where people want to come, not unlike your Lavender Village. You started that work. Let's keep that going. Let's keep that theme going. In there could be shops and village-like sales where we can do all kinds of different things to raise the gross receipts tax that we really need. So think about that one. The next one is my next point is petitions. I was involved in the petitions. I spent a lot of time walking the ditches. I learned a lot of new names and a lot of new people. My phone is chock full of new friends and new people because I was talking to them. And you know what I noticed? Most of these were young people that were just moving in. I had the Bledsoe, Tyler Road, some of those areas over there, some of the Caballero estates. But my ditch borders on all of that, and these new young families are out walking the ditches. We have young families coming in there. I'm listening now, and it's been 20 years that we've lived in the place. I'm listening to the children over the fence, screaming and playing. It warms my heart. We have young families. We don't need to build high-density homes to get these people in here. We just need to encourage these young families to come here because this is the right place to be. We have all of the things that's required to make it happen. We have the schools, we have the greenery, we have the openness. When I first started coming here, we used to turn my 10-year-old daughter loose with Lynn Johnson and Duncan Malloy's kids at 7 o'clock in the morning on their horses, and we never saw them again until 4 o'clock.
Mr. McKee?
Please think about what we're doing here. Encourage yourselves to look to the future. Let's look for a future that starts today, that carries back to our heritage, a past that is certainly worth preserving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lois Meyer, and I live at 343 Narra Vista Court, Northwest, here in the village, about 2 blocks from 4th and Osuna, which is very relevant to the comments I'd like to make tonight. I am not a lawyer, but I've had some instruction by close friends who are lawyers, and it's been astonishing to me, and I wanted to, oh no, I've been holding this the whole time, and I wanted to read to you, there it is, the complaint, citizen's concern that I sent today, a second one to the Attorney General's office about some of the information I've received. This has to do with the fact that the village of Los Ranchos, when it sold the land at 4th and Osuna to Palindrome, it was done under the Metropolitan Redevelopment Code, which I think this gentleman spoke about. This code requires the village to determine that the 12.4 acres of land had to be declared to be a slum and blighted and in need of rehabilitation and redevelopment. Now, this really came as a surprise to me because living 2 blocks from that land, anytime I would give instructions to friends from out of the village how to find my house, it never would have occurred to me to discuss it as a blighted slum area. And I noticed on the map, the very corner of the map shows that area, and it's very agricultural. And I would tell people that there are a couple of modest homes along Osuna, and then there's a small what do you call it, commercial area with a couple of stores. And then along 4th, there's a bus stop and another strip mall. And a lot of agriculture that's often farmed. So it was shocking to me to hear that somehow this same piece of land had been declared blighted and a slum. And I would really ask, first question is, on what grounds was that done? That certainly never came out of my mouth when I, for 19 years, described the location of my home to friends. And then the second question I would have, a lot of questions have been raised here tonight, good questions. Several people have said they wish that this could be developed like a Mexican town or plaza. I have worked for 23 years with Mexican indigenous teachers. I ask, when will there be a session like the asambleas I see in Mexico, where people ask questions and receive answers, not this kind of controlled setting where we never hear from you. We'd like to hear from you in an open setting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Pam Reardon. I never do this sort of thing, so I'm scared to death. I live at 1101 El Alhambra Circle Northwest, which is right behind the Village Hall. I'd like to implore the trustees to find a way to backpedal on the Palindrome Project. I just found out seems to be the chant, the universal chant. Certain decisions appear to have been made in a vacuum. If they weren't, I'm sorry, but it's just how it appears to a great many people. Certain aspects of this show signs of being hybrids, of the master plan showed signs of being a hybrid of the original plan that feels force-fed. These are hard edges we are embarking on that will last forever, both literally and figuratively. The literal part of the hard edges, the structural edges, are all anyone is going to see visually. There are potentially 500 cars that we've discussed approaching an intersection of 4th and Osuna that is already unable to cope with what it has. The soft edges that are part of this project are at the center and not visible. You can't see it because the apartment is all you would see. Figuratively speaking, the hard edges will bring more of South 4th Street northward to the village. Albuquerque will come to the village, and not all of Albuquerque is bad. This is my home. But we know what we're talking about. It's a dangerous, tragic, slippery slope we're embarking on. Median income of affordable housing is not really conducive to buying steaks at Vernon's, dishes at Kelly Joe's, or painting and drinks gal pal parties, nor do they generally involve people who are in need of livestock feed or saddles. Is this really boosting village retail? It doesn't appear so to me. I don't think it's what the population expected in any way, shape, or form, obviously, as you've heard tonight. As I said, this is a tragically slippery slope, and I will touch on that again in a second. Does what the average resident want matters to anyone? Many of us feel a little, profoundly shocked and a bit bamboozled by the extent of the project and of the hybrids. I feel that COVID was no time to do this, and shame on me, I guess, to assume that all of this was in our best interest. During this time that is so delicate globally and locally, I assumed everyone was thinking of our better interest. If you are a trustee who stepped into this midway, this mess, I'm so sorry, my condolences. if you are one who set this in motion, I think it's important to know that everyone's not against the master plan or the vision. The lights are adorable. I think everybody agrees on that.
Ms. Reardon, if you would wrap it up, please.
In closing, I'd like to say I grew up in Phoenix. I'm a fourth-generation native. You won't meet many of me. My people came to Phoenix in a covered wagon and lived in lots of trailers. I'm not a snob, but I know all too well what this slippery slope can do. I remember an afternoon as a very little girl, about 10, listening to my grandfather, who'd probably had a couple drinks, talking to his friends about how nobody, expletive, was ever going to come because it was just too expletive, too hot.
Ms. Reardon, please.
Be careful what you do. Be very careful.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Drew Talia Pietra, 312 Nueva Hacienda Lane Northwest. Mayor, trustees, and neighbors. One of my first meetings that I came to when we moved here was when Mayor Larry was still alive. And he actually spoke about his vision at that particular point in time of having senior housing, having a farmer's market, having places for food trucks to park, having tables for people to eat from those food trucks. And this vision is nothing like that. Last meeting, a statement was made that 4th Street is not a rural place. Go look at 4th and Osuna and you will not find anything rural about it. As I was reading the packet for tonight, I was surprised at the number of times rural or semi-rural appeared in this packet. In Tiffany Justice's approval letter of PZ 2235 for Mr. Archibek's home on 4th, rural or semi-rural was mentioned 5 times, and he's building one home on 0.8 of an acre. With the Chavez Guadalupe development in the documents from the village, either rural or semi-rural was mentioned 11 times. Jim Long has proposed 21 homes on 9 acres. How many variances are needed for this construction? I propose a moratorium on all development in the village until an independent infrastructure impact study for roads, schools, fire, and police is completed. You can't piecemeal a study at a time. The study needs to include all proposed high-density developments that generate traffic and population. In closing, none of the high-density developments comply with the 2025 Master Plan's goal of preserving and enhancing qualities that reflect the semi-rural character of the village, agricultural land, open space, and historic development.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Lori Dubois, and I'm at 332 Nuevo Hacienda Lane Northwest, 87107. Mayor, trustees, and neighbors. I urge you all to consider a broader moratorium on the high-density development that has now been included in the 2035 Master Plan, to not only include the area south of Chavez, but all C1 and the VC zoned areas in the village, all of Los Ranchos. Please take a step back and listen to the villagers of Los Ranchos. We are begging you to reconsider. Don't open the Pandora's box of high-density development. Once it has been opened, it can never be closed. Don't set the precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Joe Barella. I grew up in this village when I was back in the 50s. Chavez Road in Guadalupe, all the Chavezes that lived up and down Chavez from way back. I remember when Senator Joe Montoya came and dedicated the Northdale Shopping Center. It was nothing but beautiful chili fields, and little by little we've had density. And now they're trying to plan this. The ditches used to run all the way. I don't even live in Los Ranchos. I live on Niagara, 615 Niagara, right off Edith and Osuna. But I've seen the development. I worked at McElhaney's Dairy. My family worked there. I've been in this area all these years. I've seen what's happened to this, and it's a beautiful village. We've torn down places that should have been redeveloped. And one, if some of the Chavezes here might remember this, Fecho Chavez used to have a place right on Chavez Road and 4th Street. He used to sell minnows. He used to sell Christmas trees. He used to sell everything. That home was considered a historical home. They mowed it down. And I go to other cities and they rebuild places like that. They don't come in with all this high density sheetrock built structures. You know, we want something, if they're gonna do anything, low density, something nice, because the traffic is gonna be crazy. There was wineries on 4th Street, Rico's Wineries. We had beautiful stuff here, and where did it all go? I mean, the Rodena winery here is beautiful, but we had one on 4th Street, Rico's Wines. And all this stuff was torn down, you know, and that's something that I think if there's any, like there's some homes on Edith, North Edith, that are considered historical homes. They're still there. Nobody's done anything with them. But I mean, I hope they stay there because they're part of the history of New Mexico. Thank you.
Mr. Varela, would you please state your address for the record?
615 Niagara Northeast.
Thank you.
87113.
Hi, Patricia Garcia Martinez. I live at 512 Grecian Northwest. I'm right on the border by Smith's. North of me is incorporated into the city, and there used to be alfalfa and horses there when we built our home. I was very curious what the population of Los Ranchos is, not just the village, because I am not a part of the village, but what happens in the village affects the whole Los Ranchos. And I found today online the population is 5,844 residents. That's an awful lot. I wasn't sure what the number would be, but it said Los Ranchos, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Well, in our wonderful residents going around getting petitions signed, they got 600 and some petitions. Well, if I was young enough and had the ability to go all the way around Los Ranchos, I would try to get 5,000 signatures because not all those people know what is going to happen here. It has not been advertised to them. Many don't have computers. Things should be mailed to them on a regular basis and keep them updated because let's face it, they are Los Ranchos. And I've also been convinced tonight, North Domingo community has a community center, and I've mentioned this before. Why not build a community center there for us with a swimming pool and a community center? Then we could get all these people in the meetings and they could stay on top of what's going on and give you input and kudos for everything you've done. Because this is not right. Do something, give back to the community. How about a swimming pool for these children? A place to go, for us to go, play pool or cards or swim. We don't need the high density. We don't need the high rise. It is not going to fit in. I was born on that property 81 years ago. My grandparents were farmers. They reaped everything they grew. They took it downtown and swamped or traded. And this is our culture. We don't want to be a little New York. We want to retain as much rural agriculture as we can. And you guys can do it. Don, you said you're the mayor. You did make a promise to me at one meeting. You would keep it to two heights. And I wish you'd do that. We don't need that, mijo. We need to and I also have to say something because I don't want to go on. But Sandra, I need to let you know that you've seen all these people that are in this room many, many times. And I have to tell you, honey, we are not hateful, mean people. I could go to any of these people here and I don't know 3/4 of them, but they would welcome me and hug me. And as they are grateful, we are grateful for you for whatever thing you did. But don't give our community that scenario that we're mean, hateful people, because we're not. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Richard Zemke, and my wife and I live on Vineyard Road, 2 blocks directly south of the 4th and Osuna Village Center project. We've been residents of the North Valley for 24 years. About half of it is at this location on Vineyard. And we learned about the project roughly a month ago through a petition that was being walked up and down the street. Before that, we didn't know a thing about it. We talked to our neighbors across the street and on both sides of our house. Neither of them, who have been here a while, knew anything about the project as well. And we're 2 blocks south of this. We are not at all anti-development. Just so you know, I was a contractor for 40-something years. And so I definitely believe in appropriate development. And so we support that. But it needs to be appropriate for the village. We are opposed to high-density housing. You've heard that over and over again. I'm sure you're getting tired of that. That can be found in Albuquerque or Portland or any city USA, but not in the village. I did some simple math. I haven't read anything about what the population would be on that particular project, but it looks to me like 800 to 1,000 people could easily occupy that 12-acre site. And so I'm trying to visualize the traffic that would entail, which already is horrible at that intersection. So my question is, as a builder and being involved in many design-build projects, what studies have been done on traffic, roads, utilities, schools, storm drainage, parking, et cetera? Our position is we want to work with the village. We see redevelopment has to happen in that area. I mean, it looks horrible right now. So we're all for appropriate redevelopment. We'd love to work with you all. Thank you.
Mr. Zemke, would you mind your address, please, for the record?
Sure, 334 Vineyard Road, Northwest.
Thank you.
Hello. Andrew Pope, 7634 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest, Spiderweb Gate, if you've driven by it. Sure. Okay, sure thing. I have a low voice, so it's hard sometimes. I want to talk about, I guess, I want to boil this down because I think we've heard a lot of good points tonight. And I think it boils down to the fact that you're hearing loud and clear what the village wants at this point. I don't think there's any question about it. I think the individuals who have spoken in favor of it have worked for the government before and are intimately involved with the project. And frankly, their statements were not really couched in those terms. I also want to talk about trust, because I don't think you have our trust right now. And 3 of these plaques up here say trust, right? So I feel like you have an opportunity right now to either gain trust or destroy it. And if you go forward with this, you will destroy that trust. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
One more. I'm so sorry, guys. Good news, you can scratch me off talking about the public hearing section. Is it too high? It's really loud when you're here. I will. Debbie Pennybacker-Tiso. I'm going to start with the transparency issues and the fact that you do not utilize our newsletter well. And there appears to be purposeful opacity. I don't know that it is purposeful, but it reads that way. For example, item 10 on the agenda, which is not made available until Friday afternoon prior to a meeting on Wednesday, says public hearings. And it says discussion and ranking with public input of the infrastructure capital improvement plan. Okay. What is that? Page 254 of the meeting packet is where you will find the items under discussion. And that brings me to my views, and I'll be right through this. Abandon the old village hall remodel. You want to spend $1.2 million on a barracks, a building that is only of historical value because it was installed not in 1958, more like 1966 or 7, and it has no real aesthetic value. But if you want to make it into an historic building, the plan that was published in the Village Vision is over-designed, overthought, overwrought, and overpriced. And there's no barracks left. So you have negated the entire purpose of regarding that as an historic building. And I have completely deviated. You know what? That's good enough. Don't do it. Thanks, guys.
Ms. Tissot, this item, yes, but I wanted to let you know that this item is on the agenda tonight for the ICIP, so you're welcome to comment at that time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito. I want to thank all of you. This is a great example. Dr. Amy Legant, quit looking down, back there, and I went to high school together. Amy turned around a month ago and she said, "Hi, Joe, I'm Amy Legant." She's one of our leaders in APS. This is a great example of civics. Thank you all. Thank you, trustees, sincerely, for listening. It's been hard. Mayor, thank you. This is important. I mean, we've gotten sort of lost, I think, in our country, maybe lost in our village. Because of COVID's been a big deal. We've had a lot of things going on. But thank you for listening. Thank you for paying attention. I have one sort of question. I was a planning and zoning commissioner for 5 years. I'm one of the authors of the 2020 master plan. I worked with Alan, Sandra. George wasn't on P&Z at that time, but we worked on the master plan together. Tim, and we were tasked by the mayor to do the zoning on the village center. And I don't know where we got affordable housing out of this. I don't have any memory. We were fighting over the height. Trustee Lewis, I think, is one of our senior trustees. I'm not sure if you know how all of this has transpired. It has changed on us. We had a village center, and I started working on this 20 years ago, 15 years ago with Mayor Abraham, and this has evolved, I guess, in just the last few years to affordable housing. That's not what we wanted. We wanted a village center that was an economic driver. We still do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Ms. Smiley?
Sorry, hold on. Ladies, gentlemen, Michelle Smiley, 623 El Paraiso Road. I thought Jim would be here because I was like, you know what has changed in the past 60 days? Like, Jim Long didn't come back to us with a different plan. He has the exact same plan. The thing that changed in the past 60 days is the awareness of the village of this project. There's just as many of us against it today as there was 60 days ago. And we went out, my 86-year-old awesome little neighbor was going door to door getting signatures. And I want to make it clear, it's not 600 signatures total. That is 600 signatures that we got in 14 days. I still have people asking me why I didn't come to their house. They're like, you skipped my house. I would have signed that petition. I still have people asking me, where can I sign? Where can I sign? There's a lot of people that are against this. We need to keep in mind of what the vision was in 1958. We need to keep with the ethos and the integrity of the plan of keeping this an agricultural space. Pardon me. Green spaces are important for human health and they are crucial for community health. It is our job to protect nature for future generations. We need to take the initiative to reduce biodiversity loss. We need to cherish and protect and improve these green spaces. We do not want to be incorporated into Albuquerque. These 4 enormous projects within 220 feet of each other do not honor that. It doesn't matter what the plan was like 20 years ago. Things change and things evolve. And, you know, we didn't know what we knew about climate change and climate crisis 20 years ago. So we need to plan to reflect what our current situation is with the climate crisis. We cannot pave over open spaces because, like a lot of us were saying, we cannot get this back. I called it the Altman open space because that was the family that lived there for years. So I want to keep the Altman space green, and we had the 99-year lease about not building housing on it. We should implement that again, starting now, starting from today. You need to look out. Just vote no, not just for your constituents, but for your planet and for the future generations. Someone was looking out for us 99 years, you know. We need to look out for the future. We need to look out for the planet for the next 99 years. And this all happened, thank you, during COVID, you know, when we were sheltering in place and wiping down our groceries and having food insecurities and job insecurities and going to funerals on Zoom. My local government was over here planning an enormous hotel 2,000 feet from my front door, and I'm just now finding out about this.
Okay, Ms.
If you
Smiley.
bulldoze over, thank you. If you allow these 4 enormous projects within 220 feet of each other and not listen to us, I feel sorry for the rest of the valley is just gonna get bulldozed over. Like, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Mayor and trustees, I believe that ends public comment.
Thank you. Let's move to item 6, approval of minutes. 6A is the minutes of July 13th, 2022 regular meeting. 6B is minutes of the July 19th reconvened regular meeting. Village Clerk Danielle Cedillo Molina provided an errata sheet for the July 13th, 2022 minutes, page 3, line 102. Add Mr. McKee handed the petitions to Village Clerk Danielle Cedillo Molina for the record. I need a motion to approve both sets of minutes with the amendment.
I'll make a motion to approve both sets of minutes, July 13th, 2022 and July 19th, 2022, reconvening of the regular meeting.
With
the amendment.
Thank you. I need a second.
I'll second.
I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Item 8, 7 was already done earlier. The departmental reports are included in the packet and reflect all the activities listed. Ms. Rinaldi would like to provide her report update to the trustees. Ms. Rinaldi, please come up to the podium.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. It just in an effort to keep the capital improvement projects status updated to the community, I have asked to be able to give oral presentation on all of these projects on a regular basis now, as we used to do before we went to Zoom. So thank you. Thank you very much. On the 4th Street Revitalization Project, we are now in what is considered closeout and audit state of Phase 1 with the submittal of the final change order from Bradbury Stam to NMDOT for their review. That final change order is in the amount of approximately $22,000 and will repair failed permeable pavers at several driveways throughout the corridor. There are some additional repairs due to accidents in the corridor that Bradbury Stam will also additionally be making repairs to. One in particular that you may have seen is just north of the El Camino restaurant. You may have seen that. There's some curb disturbance and some permanent pavers due to an accident there literally a couple of months ago. Once NMDOT has approved that change order, it'll be routed for the mayor's signature and the repairs will be made. At that point, NMDOT will conduct a final walkthrough to ensure that all final punch list items are taken care of and nothing is pending, and then we will go into the audit process. So at this point, we have a balance to completion of $59,000, which includes 2 outstanding change order payments that Bradbury Stam has yet to make application for. So that's phase 1. On phase 2, we are, as you know, we are getting ready to issue a 100% design task order to Bohannon Houston under the existing professional services agreement. That has been approved by NMDOT to go ahead with that process, even though we're still closing out submittals on the 30% design. 30 minutes before the meeting today, we received a offer letter from NMED, Environment Department Construction Programs Bureau. About a month and a half ago, we submitted an application, took a chance on understanding that NMED Construction Programs Bureau, through their Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund, had a tremendous amount of money available. And we pitched our project for stormwater system on the continuance of 4th Street as a project that preserves drinking water and replaces potable water in the irrigation system with the LID stormwater recycling for irrigation, and they accepted that. So that's a pretty novel approach, I think, for us, and they gave us an offer letter of about $4.7 million for financing. So we were very excited about that. We will take that under review and give you the details of that at the next meeting. If we are able to accept this particular piece of financing, the stormwater system, drainage system, could potentially be its own standalone project. Yes, and it could actually be completed before we continue roadway improvements going north. So that's the intent at the moment. That can be designed as a sole and separate project on its own, or it can be, the design will continue through the 100% design of the roadway, but it can be separated out as a standalone project, either in the first one to Ranchitos, or with this amount of money that they're offering financing for, we could actually finish it all the way to Ortega. Yes, so potentially within a couple of years, we could actually take great strides to solving the stormwater issues that we have in the corridor. That's it for 4th Street. The Agri-Nature Center, I'm in the process of preparing a request for quotes to solicit quotations for roadway improvements from Rio Grande Boulevard through the Agri-Nature Center property to the facility, to the building, through the state procurement code that allows state price agreement use for qualified contractors. That has been approved. It's gone through our procurement process. The funding agency, Department of Finance Administration, who administers legislative appropriations, has approved that process for us. And I simply have to write the request for quotes and solicit quotes from qualified contractors on that list. So it is my intent to have that RFQ ready for review and issuance by the 20th of August. Hopefully for a project to be complete by November. Chavez Road multi-use trail project. We have submitted the request for funding agreement And we have successfully submitted an amendment to the Transportation Improvement Plan. That is the regional transportation plan that allows for soliciting additional construction funding. We are funded for preliminary engineering and design. And in accordance with that submittal, we have developed a schedule, and I'm going to tell you what this schedule involves. This is a 16-month process from the time of award. We are anticipating that this award will happen in November of 2022. We will issue an RFP. We will actually solicit for qualified professionals for the design process. And what that will include is right-of-way coordination right off the bat. What is the first step we're going to do is undertake a right-of-way survey to see what the potential widths we have, if we can meet the minimum requirements for safety for pedestrian and bicycle. And if not, are there any obstructions existing in the right-of-way now that need to be removed, or do we need to acquire additional right-of-ways in some of the areas where the corridor narrows? So that's the first step. And then we go into topo survey, traffic analysis, drainage analysis, subsurface utility investigations. There's a whole environmental process to document any potential environmental impacts. There's public involvement process in all of these projects. People will be notified and given the opportunity to understand the project and to comment. And this includes preliminary trail design to about 25 to 30%. We anticipate that all of this will be ready to submit to DOT for the coordination of certifications that allow us to go into the final construction. This is a 16-month process. We anticipate finishing this process in February of 2024. And the last project that I have to report on is the cooperative paving project. As you know, at the last meeting, you passed the resolution accepting the award that has been submitted to NMDOT for the funding, and I had a typo in my report to you. Our obligation, our match, is not $73 million. It is $73,885.
Thank you.
So it got a little crazy with the zeros there, so I apologize for that. Wanted to make sure you understood that.
Yeah.
It is budgeted in this fiscal year budget, and our source for match is gas tax, currently collected in the village. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Let me interject. Let me start with Trustee Pacheco. Do you have any questions for Ms. Rinaldi?
I do not. Thank you.
Trustee Benavides, do you have any questions for Ms. Rinaldi?
I do, yeah.
Good.
So in your report, under the topic of Village Center Project, you talk about Village Los Ranchos issued conditional approval of building permits on parcels 1 through 3. So you use the word conditional approval. What are the conditions?
Oh, Trustee Benavides, Mayor, trustees, there are dozens of conditions for additional information to be provided. And as a matter of fact, Administrator Simon and I met with the survey engineers this afternoon to discuss all of those conditions, and they gave us a timeline for meeting all of those conditions. They're everything from identification of whether or not there is a public easement required for the bus stop. Anne, you want to throw some of those out there? I made a couple of notes here. There's infrastructure permitting required, still approval by the village to ensure that all of the infrastructure on that project has been approved for capacity by all of the utility providers. There's roadway access questions that we had. Do you want to add anything to that?
We had asked trustees, Mayor, for approval from the fire marshal that there was a hammerhead turnaround. We had asked that the Water Utility Authority was actually going to serve all 6 parcels, things like that.
Mayor and trustees, I'd like to just make a point about that. Whenever a development is proposed in the village, all of these capacities are not only studied for traffic analysis, but all utility providers must certify that the capacity exists, that the infrastructure exists for electrical, gas, water, sewer, and fire suppression. We did receive the approval from the fire marshal for the hammerhead turnaround that we questioned the radius. We were unsure that the proposed radius would accommodate fire trucks. That was adjusted and stamped by the fire marshal. So we are very diligent in understanding what our capacity is and what the potential impacts may be. And we make sure that those certifications from the providers are part of the plat approval. And thus far, every utility provider has said that the capacity exists.
One more question. Under the topic of Chavis Road Multi-Use Trail Project, one of the bullets says a public input would be solicited throughout the engineering and design phases to ensure that the goal of the project is met. And I believe I heard you say that would be done. So would there be a process put in place for that to happen?
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, trustees, absolutely. And this is federal funding, Transportation Alternative Program, federal funding, and they are very specific with their minimum requirements for public input, and we strive to exceed those minimum requirements. We will have as many meetings as necessary to finalize, to start off the design process. Once we have all the information about right-of-way and existing conditions, we will have a public hearing to discuss what it is people would like to see in this trail within the parameters of the scope that this is a multi-use trail. We are funded for a trail along Chavis Road with a certain termini from 4th Street to the MRGCD ditch. And it is to accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists. So within those parameters, what it may look like, what kind of permeable surface or hard surface or whatever that is up for discussion in the design phase. But we need the opportunity to understand what widths we're working for, what utilities may be underground, what impacts we may have on any environmental existing conditions that are there. Once we have that, we will be coming to the public to ask you, what do you want this to look like? How do you want it to feel? What, in the context of that corridor, what should this trail be?
How will you advertise that?
We will, so when I do advertisement on public projects, I go door to door within the corridor. When we did this 4th Street project for 30% design, I went to every single property. I will do the same. We'll advertise it. There'll be articles in the Village Vision. It'll be on the website. We will do anything and everything we can think of, social media.
You'll go door to door along Chavis.
I will go door to door from 4th Street to the MRGC. And then I go off. I mean, people who've seen me up and down the 4th Street corridor, it's not just the properties that are immediately there, but if I see you have access to that, you obviously have an interest, and that person will be, if nothing else, with the notice delivered to that property.
Thank you. Trustee Lewis.
I have no questions. I just would like to thank Maria for doing a tremendous job. You work so hard for this village on these projects, and I hope you folks realize just how dedicated she is to this village, and thank you for a great job.
Trustee Radnovich.
I've got a few questions. Oh, did you have something else?
No.
No.
Just pointing.
Oh, it's your turn, Trustee Radnovich.
I'm so sorry, Trustee.
That's okay. I'm the last one because of the alphabet. Back in May or April, I'd asked for when is the next public meeting for 4th Street? When is it?
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, trustees, that has yet to be scheduled. We're still closing out the 30% design, and we have to issue the task order for the next design phase. As soon as we kick off that design phase, that will occur.
And the plans will be done by November, did I hear you say?
End of the year.
End of the year. So we have 4 months. Seems a little fast, but just saying. And we've only had one public meeting.
There will be more.
And Mayor Trustee Radnovich, just for clarification, we have selected the alternative. So we'll move forward with that alternative. And now that we bring in the subcontractors like the landscape designers and such, and have more layers of design to be able to show the public, otherwise we'd just be showing you the same thing. So at that point in the process, when there's a landscape plan, the potential for a landscape plan with ideas and concepts that we can bring to the public, that meeting will immediately be scheduled. And not that those are decisions already made, but you have to start with a concept for people to have an idea of where it is we're heading, and then you can steer us in whatever direction it is that
I just want to say,
seems appropriate.
and you've heard me say this before, Maria, the concept's already been selected. We had 3 alternatives, or 4, or maybe 6. 5. And we selected one of them. So the concept has been selected.
Yes.
So what will the public meetings provide to the public for input based on that?
materials, landscape design, the addition of any amenities such as lighting at intersections, mid-block crossings, those types of things. Landscape in particular, and I mean, everything from what type of tree to potential for streetscape furniture.
Bohannon Houston designed it, and we presented it. What was
Mayor,
the meeting? The meeting that where it was presented. Can you tell them when that meeting occurred?
Mayor, certainly. So there was a public meeting before the closing of the 30% design. There were 5 alternatives that were presented to the public, and by vote and by council board of trustees decision, that concept was selected. And I actually see people in the audience who were at that meeting. So that's the meeting where I was referring to, where I went door to door along the corridor and ensured that everyone knew about that meeting.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say I really appreciate the work you've done on all of this, and especially the funding. I mean, you're doing an amazing job, Maria. And I just wanted to echo what Trustee Lewis said. I mean, I have a big red mark across there that says appreciated, and I really mean it. So thank you. There's one part I didn't quite understand I believe it was in your report, yeah. It's the 4th bullet under, well, I did understand it, but I have a question about it. Under construction funding, it's about bonding capacity. We're exploring that idea, but
Mayor Trustee Radnovich, a lot of these applications that we're submitting to Federal Department of Transportation, they require significant investment on behalf of the community. I mean, we may never even accept some of the awards that we may be offered simply because the match is so great. For example, there's an application called Connecting Communities issued through the Build Back Better that we could submit a $27 million application for the entirety of the rest of the project, well, now minus $4 million for the drainage. The construction match is 50%, $13.5 million for the village of Los Ranchos. I mean, that's a bit out of our reach, to put it mildly. And in these processes, they ask, and like New Mexico Environment Department, they have access to our audits. They know what our financial situation is. This is all information that all the funding agencies look at. They know that we have unexpended revenues. They know what our bonding capacity is. And that's just ticking a box that we have this. It's not making a decision. It's certainly not committing anything. It's just identified as room within our finances that might give us a little opportunity. That's all that is, Trustee Radnovich.
Thanks for that explanation.
Yes.
Appreciate it, Maria. I noticed under the Agri-Nature Center that we actually have $2,500 for art in public places.
We do.
Set aside.
That's correct.
Is there a place selected for art or is that going anywhere?
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, we've actually accessed on a previous legislative appropriation, there's a beautiful painting in the facility itself that came to us through Art in Public Places. So as we come towards the end of construction and get ready to close out this project, the whole Art in Public Places process is they've selected artists, they have pieces available that we can select on based upon our award. So for the last selection, Fergus Whitney made that selection on behalf of the village. So we'll make a determination on how to select our $2,500 piece of artwork.
We can also hire an artist to do murals, can we not? I mean,
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, I haven't looked at that program in about 2 years. I'm sure if you think so, we probably can. So
it was just a thought, comment.
Mayor, can I make a comment as well?
Sure, go right ahead.
Sorry, just to add on to the discussion about art at the Agri-Nature Center. We also have a very beautiful sculpture there that was donated to the village by Dr. Lackner. And we will be setting that sculpture at the teardrop, if you will, turnaround when we complete the roadway.
Thanks, Sam. That's great. The 73 million is one of my questions.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I think, hold on one second, sorry. Oh, this is a question for Fred. Thanks, Maria.
We're about to move into that, George, if you want to wait for the next
sure.
phase. I'll
do that.
So if the governing body has questions on any of the remaining staff reports, we will have each trustee ask all their questions before we move to the next trustee.
I see.
Trustee Pacheco.
Fred, don't walk away. Thank you. I just have a question. I mean, I think we all agree that the Lavender Festival was a success. By all looks of it, the attendance, it seemed as vendors were happy. Didn't seem like there were any mishaps that I heard of anyway. I just wanted your thoughts on how did you feel like the traffic worked out? Did you hear of anything that we kind of need to talk about adjusting from your standpoint, public safety? Any feedback there?
The only feedback I have, Mayor and Trustee Pacheco, trustees, we had them submit a traffic control plan, which included the no parking signs and everywhere. I think that was very well done. There was a few minor things that we might have had to adjust a little bit, like going into Tenant Farms, we maybe should have put a few no parking signs up there. Green Valley was way up there, but to my knowledge, we didn't get any complaints this year on the parking. So I think we did a pretty good job with that. The only problem that I have is I bring my wife and she spends too much money there. But other than that, I think they controlled the access. And I don't think there was any issues that I'm aware of whatsoever.
Fantastic.
Mayor and Trustee Pacheco, if I could also add, we did get 2 complaints for traffic on Chavez Road.
Okay, and I guess we'll adjust those or address those complaints for future events, that kind of thing, and just make sure that those are taken care of. Awesome. Thank you.
Go ahead.
That's all I had.
Okay, Trustee Benavides.
All right, so this is questions for just Fred that we're doing now?
Anybody? Any of the reports.
Okay.
Any of the reports.
Yeah, I think, let me scroll through real quick. So the Lavender Festival was very successful. It was a 1.5 days event. I'm pleased that we didn't get more complaints about parking. I was afraid we were, but I think, hope, neighbors were tolerant of us. Where do we go from here if this thing keeps growing? Do we add more days? I mean, maybe you're not the right person to ask, I suppose, but except for the traffic issue.
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, I think, again, working with the Lavender Festival people and stuff, they did a very good job of getting most of the off-site parking and the different things. I think they did a tremendous job this year doing that. I think we can tweak the parking a little bit. And again, I don't know that we can, you can handle many more people than what they handled already down there for the day and a half that they've had. And I don't know that they want to grow it that much bigger either.
I guess we control that with the ticket sales, right?
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, trustees, I did attend the debrief meeting with the Lavender and the Village Committee. They don't want to grow it any further. This is a really good event for them. It's a fundraiser for 2 organizations, nonprofits, the Explora Kids Camps and the Rio Grande Community Farms. And they did very well with the one-day event on Sunday and the evening event on Saturday night. And they like it, and they like this model. I think they've gotten it down, and they don't want to grow it any further.
Thank you. Any further questions? Trustee Benavides. Trustee Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have questions. I have a couple comments here. First of all, in Administrator Simon's report, I'd like to just read what she said here for everybody's knowledge regarding the old Village Hall. First of all, there was a misstatement tonight. The price tag that we're looking at is not anywhere close to $1.2 million. So, I mean, there's so much misinformation that's spreading out there. I don't know what the price tag is today, but it's in the $200,000 range, maybe $250,000, somewhere. I mean, we're still finalizing and talking about it. And so I just wanted to clarify that for everybody's knowledge here, so that we don't have this misinformation spreading out there. Again, so far we've received no public comments on the design for the old Village Hall published in the Village Vision. We will set up a public meeting this fall with neighbors directly impacted to elicit feedback before putting a schedule in place for the rehabilitation of the entire site. So right now, according to our rules and regs in zoning, we will continue to send out to people within 300 feet. I'm making this announcement because if you're interested, then please let Administrator Simon know so that she can include you when we have that meeting. That's our process at this point until we review it and make some change. So that's my comments on the Village Hall. I would like to just express my elation over the Business and Economic Development Group. I feel like they are really coming together and really gelled as a group, and I'm just impressed in such a short time what kind of feedback they're giving us and information and questions, and so my hat's off to that group. And then lastly, I would just like to thank all the members, and I don't know who all the members are of the Lavender Festival Committee, but they do a great job, and I think they really listen, and I think they're very aware they're not caught up in making this thing just grander and grander every year. They're trying to make it better and better. And so I tip my hat to them for a job well done. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Trustee Radnovich.
I echo what Trustee Lewis said about the Lavender Fest. It was just great. We ought to give them some kind of award or something. They're just doing such great work. It's really awesome. And the Lavender Fest was great. I don't know how many people went, but it was awesome. I have a question about the trustee study session. I think this was on Ann's report. I just want to, it's more of a comment than a question. I really think that we ought to have a dialogue and not have us trustees, I'm not sure if the planning and zoning commissioners were going to be invited to, but to not allow a public dialogue with the facilitator, since we have one, as opposed to us just talking about it and hearing what the facilitator has to say about the master plan. I think it should really be that. And I know we're planning on it being in the Agri-Nature Center, so it's a much bigger space. For those of you who tonight said something about the size of the hall, it's the hall, right? So it's all we have. I think that the hops harvest, we're borrowing a hops picker from NMSU Farmington. I thought that was just really great that we're doing that. And I know Joshua's not here, but I thought that was kind of funny and awesome. I didn't know they had a hops picker up in Farmington.
They do.
The other thing that I think is great there, really cool, is that we're going to have a grain fiesta on August 20th. And I don't know if we've publicized that at all, but the Rio Grande Grain Collaborative is going to talk about heritage grains and their role in this area. So for anyone who wants to go, I just think that's a really, really cool thing that's happening. I also thought it was interesting on the permits side that a good number of the permits were solar. And, you know, I think that's great. I wish we could do something to stimulate more solar going up. And I still have a question for you, Fred. Sorry to keep you.
While you're waiting to find your spot for Fred, if I could just comment on the publicizing of the events at the Agri-Nature Center. We have put up our community calendar, which is one click away when you jump on the homepage. You go to events, and an entire calendar will come up, and you can see the events there. We're also pushing out the messaging on social media, and it's being really effective.
Nice. I hope people come. Fred, I only had one. Everything looked great on your report. For Big Jim's Farm parking, I mean, I see lots of cars there all the time. I drive by it twice a day. Sometimes I walk by it. But are we going to do any improvements for the parking? Everybody's angle-in parking off of not Rio Grande, which is an awesome thing. Are we going to make any signage improvements or anything like that along that edge?
We're still going to have another meeting with the people from Rio Grande Farms. One thing we need to understand, Rio Grande Lane is a private roadway. So we don't have any real control over that part of the road or the easement, but we're going to work with them. At one point, we discussed that they were going to shuttle people back and forth from the Agri-Nature Center, especially during their more popular season, which is coming up shortly.
Green chili.
Green chili and stuff. So we'll be meeting with them to try and come up with a little bit better plan. But we did get them off of Rio Grande itself, and so that has helped.
Yeah, kudos to that. That was very dangerous, and it's great to see that gone. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. We now move to item 9, financial business. Yes. Yes, you can. Please, go right ahead. This is transparent.
I just would like to ask Ms. Simon, or to follow up on Alan's comment, because I'm confused on our Green Valley project. I thought that was 1.2. I thought it was a total renovation by Deck Repairs Sabatini. We
haven't decided, but Ann, do you want to answer that question?
Sure thing. Mayor, trustees, and Mr. Craig. We do have a design. It is not a design that we've accepted. We don't have funds for it. We haven't had any public input. It's a design. We have put funds in the budget to rehab this, and Trustee Lewis is correct. We have about $200,000 as placeholder funds to rehab that facility. Currently, the facility has lead paint, it has asbestos, it has problems. It doesn't have a functioning HVAC system. We would like to rehab the entire site. We would like to put pickleball courts. We would like to be able to allow the community to come in and have their neighborhood association meetings there. We would like to have archival information. We would like to have it be more of a center for the community. We have not yet finalized on the design.
Okay, that's where my confusion, because I think the vision said we were going to do a $1.2 million renovation. 1.3.
Thank you.
So I'm with you, Alan. I don't know. I'm confused. So.
It, again, to make it clear to everybody, it's, you know, it's a concept that's been proposed. We've talked about it. We've had input from you, Joe, wanting to save the village center.
Right.
And
I'm actually
for a while, I was very adamant about getting rid of the village center. I thought it was an old barracks, the village hall, excuse me. And so I think it's just something that we continue to discuss.
Sure.
You know, I'm on record for several years saying, let's sell that property and use the money other places. I've come around to the idea of it being some type of community activity center where people could come in, a meeting place, and Boy Scouts and cards and whatever else there. And so I do like the concept, but we have not finalized anything at this.
That's where I was confused. Thank you. And do you need my address again, Danielle?
Thank you, yes, please.
We know what it is.
Jeff,
Go ahead.
really? 505 Calle del Pajarito Northwest.
Thank you.
Okay, financial business, 9A, discussion and approval of the July 22 cash report. Administrator Simon.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. In light of the fact that Tammy is out and Will, our treasurer, is excused tonight, I will be presenting the cash report for July, the month of July. The ending balance, as you can see in your report, is $9,455,624.52, which is a decrease of $412,767.70 for this month. The year-to-date deficiencies of revenues over expenditures is that same amount we just started the fiscal year, so it's $412,767.70. The unusual or significant items are because of two large payments. The village made the GO bond principal and interest payment of $315,000 principal and $3,857 in July. This was the largest factor contributing to a deficiency of revenues and expenditures, over expenditures, because we just started the new fiscal year. Also, the village paid Bernalillo County Fire Department for the first quarter of its emergency services funds. That amount was $116,699, and we did that in July. Otherwise, there's no unusual findings, and I stand for questions.
I need a motion to approve the July 2022 cash report and a second, then we can have discussion. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the cash report. Sorry.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion from the governing body? Let's start with Trustee Pacheco.
I do have a couple of questions and comments on the check register. There is an item on page 47 to the Albuquerque Publishing Company with regard to water rights. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
Oh, sure thing.
Administrator?
Thank you, Mayor, Trustee Pacheco. So the Village of Los Ranchos is engaged in seeking additional water rights. This is a protection measure for the village long-term. We have identified 16 acre feet, and in order to acquire those water rights, we have to publish in the Albuquerque Journal for a period of time. This is a requirement of the State Engineer Office and a requirement of the process to acquire the water rights. We have since gotten through those comment periods without any protest, so that's a good thing. We had I believe it's 2 months' worth of legal documents. Yes, May and June, that we had to publish a long legal description that explains the $4,000 item.
Thank you. And just a couple more items that I found interesting. So we're using two different contractors or two different companies for the removal of trees, and it looks like we spent a significant amount for these. Can you just explain that just a little bit?
Sure thing, yes. Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, originally we had Baca's Trees come out and treat the bark beetle infestation on the Afghan pines along the east side of Hartnett Park. And then we had to remove 7 of the trees that were completely dead. After Baca's Trees came and left, there was 1 additional tree that needed to be removed, and we could not get Baca's Trees staff out in time for the Lavender Festival, so we hired another firm.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes, I do have something, a question. I think it's like page 43 of the cash report, which is our revenue information. Not a problem, but it's just interesting that July tends to be a low revenue month. And you know, the prior 11 months were almost record-breaking revenue, and then July, it's down by over 100,000. How would you explain that?
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, I noticed the same thing, and I don't have an explanation. If Tammy was here, she would give me a report, and I can look at the trends. I can see if it's retail, if it's manufacturing. I can look at the service sectors and see what's trending up or down, and I can absolutely do that for you.
Yeah, it's just curious. I mean, it seems like July is usually a slow month, for the past, I don't know, like 6 years or so.
Well, keep in mind, the expenditures that you're looking at are 2 months behind.
That's correct.
So you're actually looking at May.
So I'm looking at the revenue, I think, right?
Yes.
Right, Mayor, Trustee Benavides. The information that we receive in July is reflective of commerce and activity that occurred in May.
Right.
It's then presented to the state, and then it takes about a month to come back down to the locals.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Trustee Benavides.
Nothing else, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Lewis.
I have no questions at this time.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have no questions either.
Therefore, I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 10A is a public hearing. 10A, SDP 22-01, a request by Kevin Archibek for final approval of a residential site development plan for a development in the GD zone in the 4th Street character area. The property is located at 8404 4th Street Northwest and is legally known as Lot B2, land of Gonzales Risman, within the projected Section 16, Township 11 North, Range 3 East, New Mexico, Principal Meridian, Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, as filed in the office of the Bernalillo County Clerk on September 24th, 2014. The property contains 0.8141 acres, more or less. I would like to ask each trustee for full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business. Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Trustee Benavides.
I have none.
Trustee Lewis.
I have none.
Trustee Radnovich.
I don't have any either.
Thank you. I need to announce the following. Before we start, I would like to go over the order of the quasi-judicial proceedings before we begin. All interested parties wishing to speak as a proponent opponent, or otherwise will stand, raise their right hand, and be sworn in by the village attorney at the appropriate time. The report will be provided by staff. The applicant will be given the opportunity to speak and will be given 15 minutes. I will call up residents who signed up to speak prior in favor of the application. We will then call up any remaining individuals who did not sign up. The person speaking will state their name and address in a clear manner and will have 2 minutes. I will call up the residents who signed up to speak in opposition of the application. We'll call them up and any remaining individuals who did not sign up. Lastly, call up residents speaking otherwise of the application. We will then call up any remaining individuals who did not sign up. The person speaking will state their name and address in a clear manner. We'll have 2 minutes. There is no transferring of time to another individual, as this is a public hearing, and each person speaking will need to be sworn in. I want to remind you that this is not a question and answer session. This is your opportunity to support or oppose the application and/or provide your comments or testimony specifically relevant to the application. The applicant will then be given 5 minutes for rebuttal. The governing body will be given an opportunity to ask questions. After all the evidence is heard, the floor will be closed for comments. Then I will entertain a motion. These proceedings will be conducted in a professional and civil manner. Let's begin. All participants wishing to speak on this item, please stand. Attorney Winter, please swear in those standing.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Who is going to present the report? Is it Nan Winter, Ann Simon, or myself?
Sorry, Mayor, I'm happy to present.
We have a planning report. Okay?
Yes, Mayor, trustees, before you is the wrong application.
Page 51.
Is a project, it's a proposed single-family residence, including future additions and potential accessory buildings on a lot that has a horse corral. The sketch plat review was held on June 14th, 2022, and on July 12th, 2022, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to forward to the board a recommendation of approval. This project has met all of the area regulations for density. Residential density shall be a maximum density of 1 dwelling per 112.0833 acres. The lot size shall be governed by the terms set out in the site development plan, which will be approved by the Board of Trustees. But for a residential lot, shall not be less than 0.12 acres, 3,630 square feet. The floor area ratio requirements shall be met, and other conditions of approval were laid out by the planning director. All buildings within the Gateway District Zone shall be built using conventional on-site or modular construction. All new buildings are required to have a street-facing entrance, and other design criteria that were all met. Environmental and stormwater management requirements were met. All lighting is required to conform to Gateway District Zone lighting and dark skies requirements. I think it's probably best at this time to have the applicant come up and present the project.
Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Archibek, will you please approach the podium? Please state your name and address for the record. You have 15 minutes, if you need it, to present your application.
Kevin Archbeck, 8404 4th Street. Out of respect for your guys' time, I'll try and keep this really sweet and short. As she mentioned, it is a really straightforward project. It's a single-family home, single-story. You know, setbacks on each side are minimum of 30 feet. The back actually has about 150 feet. The fire department required me to have a 90-foot radius turnaround for them, which is even well in excess of the home size. But all the criteria have been met. Everything was approved by planning and zoning. You know, I've trudged along on this 5-6 month path, and definitely excited to finally get final approval here tonight, so we can keep moving forward. And you know, I have my contractor redoing his pricing since this process took a little longer than anticipated. I didn't learn about the 3-month public comment period for this particular area until March, even though I had reached out to the village back in July of last year. But you know, just have to deal with it and move along, and definitely excited to get the project moving.
Thank you, Mr. Archibald.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor? I understand Ms. Loretta Chavez-Smith will come forward. Please come forward, Loretta.
I think I remember my name, Loretta Chavez-Smith. I live at 536 Chavez Road Northwest. I've been following this because we all talk about having young couples have their homes in the village. This man has been doing this project for 8 months. He has gone back and forth to the planning and zoning. They would say, you need this. No, you need, one of his walls was 30 feet with nothing on it. Can't have that. Bring something in there and put a fake window to break up that 30 feet. He goes, he does it. Everything he has done has met everything that planning and zoning has asked for him to do. So I encourage you to please let him build his home so him and his family can live here in the village like we always are talking about doing.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak in favor of the application? Being none, is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Being none, is there anyone wishing to comment otherwise? Being none, okay. Mr. Archibald, you've already talked to us and told us about the project, so I don't think we have to hear from you again. Are there any questions or comments from the governing body for either Mr. Archibald or anybody else? Let me start with Trustee Benavides.
I just have a comment. I think in the planning and zoning report, forgive me if you did mention it, but I think the recommendation was for approval, right?
It was.
Yeah. Okay, that's all. Yeah.
Is that it? Trustee Lewis?
I have no comments.
Trustee Pacheco?
I have no comments.
Trustee Radovic?
I have no comment other than I couldn't believe that the fire department required you to have as large a space either. But, okay, no comment.
Thank you. The floor is now closed for comments. I need a motion to approve SDP 22-01.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve SDP 22-01, and I don't believe there are conditions, right?
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Any discussion from the governing body at this time?
Yes, there are.
Yes. Mayor, Trustee, thank you. The conditions for recommendation are that any future signage must comply with the sign ordinance, and sign permits must be obtained. Exterior lighting must comply with the dark skies ordinance, section 9.2.20. The final site to plan must meet Bernalillo County Fire Department requirements. Construction shall meet all current village, county, and state codes. All development shall meet required federal, state, and local EPA, NPDES requirements. All development shall meet requirements of the air quality program administered by the City of Albuquerque. The site shall provide for noise abatement, and the final site development plan must be executed by the applicant.
Thank you.
Can I say my motion again then?
Please.
So I make a motion to approve SDP 22-01 with the conditions as noted in the planning and zoning report.
I need a second.
I second.
With the conditions,
With the
correct?
conditions, yes.
Is there any further discussion from the governing body? Being none, I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. You may now move forward, Mr. Archibald. Okay, item C is the discussion and ranking with public input of the Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, parentheses ICIP. The public is given the opportunity to provide comments, contribute, and participate in the 2024 to 2028 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, parentheses ICIP, for the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque. Systematic capital improvement planning is an effective tool for communities to define their development needs, establish priorities, and pursue concrete actions and strategies to achieve necessary project development. All participants wishing to speak will now stand. Administrator Simon, please present the ICIP plan.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, trustees, before you are some recommended projects to be included in this year's ICIP, the Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. This plan is a 5-year horizon starting in 2024 to 2028. The ICIP is a rolling set of plans. This is something that we submit to the state every year. It's not a requirement, but it's highly recommended. We use these projects as leverage for other funding, to acquire other funding. These are plans. It's a living document. We change them every year. We add to them. We take funding off the table when projects are completed, and it's a wonderful way to prioritize our critical needs, and it encourages planning. As you see in the report on page 255, the explanation of the ICIP is really to allow community to have a list of projects that it can respond to if an emergency arises, if funding becomes available. And most importantly, I think for those of us who are up at the legislature during the session, we will not get capital outlay unless a legislature sees that the community has listed the project on the ICIP. Before you, on page 256, you will see a recommendation of the listed projects. We have listed the 8 projects that were listed last year, and we added 7 new ones. I'm really excited to see all of the folks here tonight because I did get some really good feedback on issues that were important, such as acquisition of open space. We heard about the old Village Hall and other ideas of projects that we can add to this list. We have not yet submitted our list, so this is a great opportunity. I also want to mention that we develop this list throughout the year. So this is not just happening tonight. Everything that you see on this list goes up on my whiteboard every day. When I hear discussions by the governing body, when we get emails and letters from constituents, we consider those requests. The 8 projects from last year, 4th Street was the #1 project last year, then the Chavez Road multi-use trail, road enhancements, safety enhancements in general, acquisition of land, improvements at the Agri-Nature Center, Village Hall improvements, and we have made several of those, such as an improved sound system and an ability to stream our meetings, but we need more. We have heard that we need to improve sound barriers along Paseo del Norte and renovations of the Schulte House, which is now sitting at the Agri-Nature Center. Those projects will stay on the list. They are carried over, if you so choose, tonight, with the addition of 7 new projects. We have heard that the community would like to see more permanent pickleball courts at Old Village Hall. We also have been hearing that we need to renovate Old Village Hall. Number 11 is to plan, design, and construct improvements from 2nd to 4th Street on Osuna. We heard that a lot tonight, that there's congestion and traffic in that intersection. We want to include new playground equipment and park improvements at Edgewood Park. We want to improve the Alfredo Garcia Community Barn parking lot. We have heard that it would be lovely to have a Veterans Memorial in Hartnett Park. And we would like to look at some design and possible construction funding for the levees on the east side of Rio Grande from Alameda to Montano.
Thank you, Ms. Simon. Is there anyone from the public wishing to provide input for the ICI plan? Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. I saw other people stand. Loretta, you may come forward.
Again, my name is Loretta Chavez Smith, 536 Chavez Road. Looking at this infrastructure capital plan, there are the projects. Question on page 256, Village Hall renovation for an ADA bathroom. Wouldn't that better be money spent on taking this room out further so more people could come in and sit down and participate in the meetings instead of having to wait outside? That's number one. Number two, the renovation of the Old Village Hall. It does say in here, construction and equipment hall, 210 budgeted, 1.3 million needed. Some of that money, wouldn't it be better? The pickleball, I think, would be fun because I like to play pickleball. It's a lot of fun. I'm an old person, so I can keep up with that ball now. And it's bigger. A lot of that money that we want to spend on renovating the Old Village Hall, put it towards the barn over here. That's our moneymaker. The Old Village Hall would not be a moneymaker. We talk about we always want more money coming into our coffers. Make that plowable so it can be money-making for our coffers. That's it.
Thank you. I saw at least one other person stand, or 2 other people. So Joe, please come forward.
Thank you. Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito Northwest. I have a question. Should 4th and Osuna, I think we're going to have to redo that intersection. I think, I don't know. That's going to be a lot of money. Is that something that we ought to be looking at in our long-range planning?
The answer is yes.
Okay. That's a bunch of money. So
Yes, it
at
is.
any rate, thank you, Mayor. Can we do anything in Hartnett Park because it's a historic site? I don't know if, I like a Veterans Memorial, sounds fine, or good, actually, but can we dig down in there? Because it's actually the old Los Ranchos Plaza is underneath there.
The problem with touching the ground over there is SHPO has to get involved.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So we can do a lot of things,
Do it,
but we're
but
gonna
they
have to talk to SHPO.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay,
Thank you.
you bet. Please come forward.
Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos. I just have two questions, and one's on item 10C. And I'm just looking at knowing what my neighborhood street looks like. There needs to be a lot of, renovations or improvements on potholes and cracking, and some of the old speed bumps need to maybe be looked at. Could that be a consideration?
Oh, Ms. Rinaldi, you might want to talk about our road projects, because I think that would be covered there, would it not?
Mayor, trustees, Ms. Vados, so we have a capital improvement plan specifically for roadways, and our crews track the conditions of the roadways and requests for improvements such as speed humps and pothole filling and that type of thing. And the cooperative paving money that we receive for all of the improvements that you've seen where we've done resurfacing and restriping comes out of that plan. So that plan is in process, and if you have questions about or suggestions for, you can direct them directly to Keen Heiselman.
Okay, thank you. The other is just a comment on the old Village Hall. I used to work for the city of Albuquerque in redevelopment, and I just know that there is a possibility to get the Village Hall deemed historical, and in doing that, there is historical funds available. And maybe that could be looked into. I would be happy to do that, but maybe there's another form of communication. Because rather than to use our own allocations, if you could deem this historical, which I think it is, or it could fall in that criteria, and get other monies to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vados. Please, go right ahead.
As Administrator Simon explained, the purpose of the ICIP is to identify our priority projects, but also to include potential funding sources we intend to see.
Right.
And she does a really great job of identifying all potential funding sources. Is the building older than 50 years old?
It was around the 1960s.
Then she's absolutely correct. It is eligible for.
Yes, it absolutely is.
Yeah, so we will make sure and include, identify that as a potential funding source. Thank you.
I will ask, is there anyone else in the audience? Please come forward, state your name, you have 2 minutes. Name and address.
David Montoya at 517 Pueblo Solano. I'm a little disappointed that we're letting Paseo again go into disrepair. These sound walls we've been talking about now for years, and nothing has happened.
May I comment?
Yes.
Paseo is not owned by the Village of Los Ranchos.
We know that,
Okay.
but because the village took on the maintenance, took on this cooperative agreement, they've got an obligation on Paseo, and it's really
I'm not sure
looking.
about that, but I'll check on that.
Yeah, we
I
have
will
a
check on that.
cooperative agreement signed. At the time, we made a agreement to build first Montano before we did anything on Paseo.
Okay.
We took over that area, and it's starting to look like a blight again.
Okay.
And that there's no reason for it. And secondly, we've talked over and over again about speeding on Paseo. It has not stopped, and the county with the previous sheriff did not want to do anything about it. But I think the village has to be more proactive and spend a little bit of money to see to it that the speeding stops. There's been a lot of deaths. I personally witnessed them from the speeding on Paseo, and I think we can do something about it. We just cannot turn a blind eye to this.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes?
Mayor and trustees and Mr. Montoya, we have been in touch with the assistant district engineer about the sound walls, and they are looking at the cooperative agreements. A lot of communities request sound walls, and they typically do not fund those projects until there is some kind of an improvement on the roadway. So they would be willing to look at enhancing the berms that are there or doing some other mitigation measures, but it's not likely that the DOT will work with us on constructed sound walls.
What I know about sound walls, and I built them on the Big I, it is very expensive to build a real sound wall. The cheaper solution is to put in a quiet pavement, which is what they use in Mesa, Arizona, and other places around the western US. But I've gotten no traction from the NMDOT about why they're not even considering quiet pavement. So that's something that I'd like to maybe broach with the new, when I meet with the NMDOT secretary next month, I'm gonna ask him, are you aware of quiet pavement? Can you design quiet pavement? And why not put it at Paseo? Because it'll make a big difference in the noise. It really will. So, okay, thank you. Okay, one more time. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak about this? Being none, do the trustees have any questions or input from Administrator Simon? Trustee Pacheco.
Administrator Simon, you said that this is a working document, so it's something that I think we've seen in the past has changed. Priority has changed on this, and it's just something that we need to provide to the state, just kind of listing what we feel are priorities with public input. I know that we all worked on this somewhat during another public session where we identified a lot of these, and I know that we spent a lot of time, looking at all these projects and did our best to prioritize what we felt were in the best interest of the village. But just again, want to make sure that we are all aware that the priorities can change, the projects can change. It's just something that, again, we have to start with the state, correct?
Yes, Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, you're exactly right. And a lot of the deliberation was to rank the projects, and we will need to rank the projects. So to give us your priorities. And the project will not be decided tonight. You can rank what's in front of you and we can have discussion, but they will come back to you next month.
And tell me again, how many can we select from this? Is it all of these, some of these?
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, you can take all of them. This is a plan. These are the projects that are important to our community.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Trustee Benavides.
Yeah, just for clarification, and I think you may have just answered it. So on page 256, where these projects, these are recommended projects and they're numbered. So is numbering a priority?
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, you did prioritize 1 through 8. 9 through 15 are not prioritized. They're just listed.
And And is it possible to get new things on the list?
Absolutely, yes.
So I know that the list is long and the money is short, but sometimes just getting things on the list helps it to get funded in future years. So when I see a list like this, I don't assume everything's going to be funded. Thank you. Well, let me just say one more thing. So I actually agree with Loretta Chavez Smith about trying to improve the barn, and I know there are complications with that, but until we try, nothing's going to happen.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes, Ann, if you could just clarify, this is a working document. Items will be added to it, possibly taken off. When, for everybody's knowledge, when do we submit this document?
Trustee Lewis, Mayor, and trustees, we have to submit something by September.
The 14th.
By September 14th?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's an annually updated list.
Right, for the legislature coming up starting in January.
Correct.
Okay, just, that was mostly for everybody's knowledge to know that we could continue to take your input on this probably until we finalize it next month, or in September.
Correct.
Okay.
Any more questions, Trustee Lewis? Trustee Radnovich.
I have a few comments. I really, and I may have been the one that suggested this at our meeting, I really like the idea of sound mitigation, not necessarily sound barriers on Paseo del Norte. I actually worked on the project back in the day when I worked for Bohannon Houston, and those berms were the sound mitigation. So that was what was acceptable at that point in time. And so those berms have eroded remarkably. And I believe that if the DOT is willing to add fill and actually improve those berms back to the level, the elevation that they were in the beginning, it would help thousands of people, because there's a big swath of the village that Paseo del Norte goes right through. And I agree with whoever said, and I don't remember who it was, that there are accidents there. I believe it was Mr. Montoya. It's pretty bad. The other thing is, quiet pavement has been used by the DOT on the bridge across the, no, on the bridge across the Rio Grande.
Oh, I know that, but not on Paseo.
No, that's on Paseo.
Sure.
That
Really?
part of, So they've used it on Paseo del Norte.
True, but not in the section that's causing the noise, I don't believe.
It's the bridge that goes across the Rio Grande that they installed quiet pavement.
I'm
Yeah.
aware of that, yes.
So it's something they've done in the past, and it's relatively inexpensive compared to walls. So I think that ought to be it's a cheap thing to do and a high priority. I also think that the landscaping has been let to go, but I don't think anyone really took responsibility for that. So back in the day. The road safety number 3 enhancements, we might want to wait on that until the transportation study is done, because there's probably a lot of devices that will come out of that study that would then be included in that road enhancement, road safety enhancement amount.
Mayor, can I respond to Trustee Radnovich? So we do like to keep that on there, because just like the plan itself, it is an evolving list. And we call it our road ICIP. Oh. And Maria and Keen do a great job in applying for co-op dollars every year to address all of the roads in the village. Do you want to add?
Thank you, Ann. Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, we have this as a standalone project because we do see it as a particular area that we already know will need to be addressed. And we think that we can fund it as a sole and separate project through transportation funds. So we really would recommend that this be included as its own project. But yes, it will be based on whatever planning what the planning results are.
In the future, yeah.
Yes, sir.
That makes perfect sense. Just a couple other things. The traffic calming improvements for Osuna I found interesting, and we did hear from people tonight. I know that right-of-way is pretty narrow, and I think that's a very good place to consider traffic calming. The other thing is, obviously, there's too many cars going through there for a two-lane road. So along with that, I think we should look at the road, the laneage on the road as well, just saying. The other thing is, I think as opposed to being purely engineering design for Alfredo Garcia Community Barn, there ought to be some aesthetics included in that, so landscaping as well as the parking improvements. And I think it's all great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Administrator Simon, I think you may have already gone over the ranking, or maybe not.
Mayor and trustees, if you all like this list with the addition of, I think we had just maybe some clarification that it's not just sound barriers, but sound mitigation, landscaping, and perhaps quiet pavement.
Yes.
And then with the addition of barn parking lot improvements and landscaping, I think we've got a good list here. And if you want to tackle tonight a ranking, then we can massage this, hear from the community throughout the month, and then present this back to you in September.
It would be up to the trustees. They can also give you rankings in the next few days. I mean, rather than take time tonight, because we still have a lot of stuff.
That's fine. I think that would be fine. And I think just the top 5 would suffice.
Okay. A resolution with the final rankings will be presented at the September 14th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting for approval prior to submitting to the state. And I would add that we cannot ask for capital outlay money unless the project is on the ICIP. That's a given. Let's move to item 11, new business. 11A, discussion and approval to adopt ordinance number 289, an ordinance amending the Village of Los Ranchos Codified Ordinances, Chapter 9, Article 2, Sections 13 and 14, to include transit regulations, amending Chapter 5, Article 2, Section 18, regarding off-street parking space and dimension requirements. Danielle, are you able to present this ordinance?
Mayor and trustees, thank you. The ordinance in the packet is the same one that was proposed last month for advertisement. The transit regulations proposed for the VC and GD zones make our requirements for bus stops consistent all along 4th Street. And the proposed ADA parking space and accessibility standards are consistent with the federal standards. So with this, the ordinance proposed is solely adding transit regulations to the GD and VC zones, and making our ADA accessibility requirements align with the federal standards. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Danielle. Before we get into discussion and comments from the public, I need a motion to approve the adoption of ordinance number 289.
I make a motion to approve ordinance number 289.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion from the governing body at this time? Trustee Pacheco?
None.
Trustee Benavides?
None.
Trustee Lewis?
None at this time.
Trustee Radnovich?
I don't have any at this time either.
Is there anybody from the public wishing to speak on this matter? Being none, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Item B, discussion and approval of resolution number 2022-08-01, a resolution authorizing issuance of a request for proposal for transportation system analysis. Mr. Rinaldi.
Mayor, trustees, this resolution would give your authorization for me to develop an RFP to solicit for professional services. We understand that the master plan establishes goals for transportation goals within the Village of Los Ranchos. We also understand that the traffic impact analysis and traffic impact statements of individual developments doesn't give us a comprehensive idea of what the impacts are village-wide. They're restricted to a very localized area around the proposed development. And we really, when you look at the data, and the data shows that the capacity of a roadway can in fact accommodate what they say trip generations will be out of that development. That's one thing to look at that data on paper. We know in real life, when you are on the street, how different that looks. When signalization may not be taken into consideration and you have backups at intersections, we see this all the time. We can only hold the developers to what we require under the ordinance, and that is a traffic impact analysis for the development and their impacts immediately within their vicinity. We hear you, and we understand that one of the goals of the master plan is to take a comprehensive look at the village overall. Take into consideration the fact that we have local circulation based on a significant population in a small area. We understand that in the larger metropolitan area, we are part of a roadway system that stretches beyond Paseo del Norte to the west side, that goes all the way to the heights, that has to accommodate not just the residents and commerce within the village, but all the impacts around us. We also need to understand, looking at our available space for infill development, redevelopment, or just general development overall, that those small pockets or a threshold of a number of developments that happen at once have an impact on us. And how do we deal with that? How do we compare that to what is local circulation that we have to accommodate? Nobody wants to restrict travel, whether it's vehicular, pedestrian, or bicycle within the community that serves the community. But do we actually know how much is commuter? And the example that I used today when speaking with someone was Chavez Road. 4,800 vehicles a day, trips generated on Chavez Road. During the pandemic, when people were not commuting to work, that number did not change. That tells us potentially that that's local circulation. And if you think about it, how do people that live on Rio Grande Boulevard, north and south of Chavez Road, access the east side? Chavez Road. So before we determine how we're going to control what we believe impacts are, we need to know what those impacts are. And what this study will do with a multidisciplinary approach from a planning, from an engineering, from a land use, from a community development perspective, we want to know, first and foremost, what's happening on our roadways here. What are the capacities and the designations of our roadways? What are the impacts outside relative to the larger roadway transportation system that serves the metropolitan area and beyond? And what impacts can we actually see if a vacant lot, 4-acre lot on South 4th Street does develop? And at the same time, modeling all other potential developments within the community. That's what we want to know, and that's what this study, we're proposing to select a design professional to be able to conduct this study, show us existing conditions, and make recommendations in areas that we see are developable potential, and areas that are identified as critical on the verge of exceeding capacity and stressing our roadways. Does that make sense? Mayor, trustees?
I can answer that question. In the village rules that were developed a long time ago, it says a traffic impact study may be required. And all the traffic studies that have been done in the past have been for the development proposed. No one has ever proposed a comprehensive traffic analysis, not in the 30 years that I've been a village trustee and the mayor. It's never been proposed, okay? Then what's your question?
My question is, why wasn't it done before you finalized the calendar?
Let me answer the question again. Let me answer the question again. The prior mayors, Mayor Hooker and Mayor Abraham, did the Metropolitan Development Agreement. They declared that blighted. They did not require a comprehensive study. This is the first time this has come before me as mayor. That's the best answer I can give you. Attorney Winter, would you like to comment on that?
Ma'am.
Listen to me. We need to have one person speak at a time.
We're going to give you the opportunity to speak in a moment,
Yes.
so if you can hold off
You
your
can come up and
comments,
then we
that
can-
way we can catch it on the record, please. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm happy to address that.
Please.
May I?
Please do that.
So as a requirement of the development agreement, as a requirement of all plat approval on developments, a traffic impact study is required. They would not be allowed to move forward without providing that.
That's right.
They are only required to study the potential impacts and the needs for improvements on roadways that they are directly impacting with driveways, with access, ingress, egress. Now, because we have so many developments taking place, and we recognize the potential for additional developments, this is the time to do the study. And we've hit a critical threshold. The master plan has been done. We're seeing the effects of planning. Los Ranchos is a very desirable place to be. And if we want to have the tools in place that actually allow us to control that, we have to understand these potential impacts. Otherwise, you have the potential on infringing on private property rights and other things that are beyond our control. This actually gives us the ability to study and decide, should this area be allowed to develop? Does infrastructure exist to accommodate that? These are exactly the things that you have raised, and these are exactly the things that we would like to provide answers for.
Any further discussion, Ms. Rinaldi?
No?
We're gonna get to the public, okay? All right. Let's see. Before we get to trustee comments, and before we get to individuals from the audience who want to comment on this, I need a motion to approve resolution number 2022-08-01.
I will make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-08-01, resolution authorizing issuance of a request for proposal for transportation system analysis.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Now, we get to discussion from the governing body. Let's start with Trustee Pacheco.
Maria, so I know that this is a long process, or maybe not. You have to form the RFQ or RFP for this, then it has to go out for bid, and then it has to come back. We have to take a look at it and see if we can select the best company to do this. What is the timeline, would you say?
So I would imagine we formulate the RFP, and may I ask, I'd actually like Trustee Radnovich to assist me with that, so that we make sure that we cover all of the disciplines we'd like to see involved in this study. And then the mayor will approve it. The mayor and Administrator Simon will approve it. It is a request for proposals, so it's qualification-based. It's not based on cost. We put a scope out. Professional design services respond with what their approach would be, what their study would actually include. And then we select by committee, generally, that's the process in the Village of Los Ranchos. There's a committee formed to evaluate all the responses to the RFP. 2 are selected, and then you negotiate price. and you make your final selection based on the professional qualifications and the cost. We're anticipating that it would be about $25,000, wouldn't you think, George?
Sorry. That seems a little, that's asking a lot for a very little amount of money.
So we would adjust it accordingly. Price doesn't come into until we select the professional and we settle on a scope. So I'm assuming that it would be at least 25,000.
And in terms of timeline?
Okay, so it'll take, let's say it takes 2 weeks to develop the RFP, at least 2 weeks to get that out and solicit responses, another month to evaluate the responses, and then another month to 6 weeks to negotiate a contract.
So really, we're looking at the beginning of next year, almost?
Yes.
To get the study done?
Yes. And in their proposal, they will give us a timeline on what they think based on our scope, how long they think that will take.
Okay, so we have even no idea how long it's going to take them to actually get the study done, the analysis done.
Not at this time.
And they could be backed up and with everything that seems to be going on in the world. Okay. Okay, I think that answered my questions.
I need a second.
You had a second,
Do
Mayor.
I have a second? Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Trustee Benavides. You're right.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, so the scope to me is unclear. So based upon what you said, Maria, that it's very comprehensive, it includes the entire village, is that correct?
That is
That it's not focused on any particular intersections?
That is correct.
Okay, but you do call out things in the scope about about Osuna and 4th Street. But that does not mean it's just focused on that, right?
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, in the resolution, we call out pending projects and known impacts, just to make it known that we're aware these situations exist. And that's how the Osuna project ended up on the ICIP as well. So we're stating the obvious, where we know the impacts are, and building upon that.
Okay. So not to diminish the importance of the traffic on Chavez, but there is also a lot of traffic on El Pueblo as well, and it will include that.
Yes, sir.
The intersection.
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, it's the
Rio Grande and
entire,
4th Street.
it's every municipal street.
So including the residential streets?
No, public streets.
Okay. Does not include Guadalupe Trail?
Oh, it certainly would include Guadalupe Trail, Trustee. Yes, all public roadways,
Okay, all right.
residential or commercial. I'm sorry, I think I took residential to be private. No.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Any further questions, Trustee Benavides?
That's all, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Lewis.
Something I wanted to point out, I think this will show us, we are doing some piecemeal things now. That what's the impact of putting a stop sign on El Pueblo? Does that make traffic increase on Green Valley Road or Chavez Road? And so part of the reason that this has been discussed, traffic's one of the biggest issues we have and we're going to continue to have as they're building homes in Rio Rancho and they're building, creating jobs in Albuquerque. And so we feel like this is indeed a crossroads that we need to understand completely how it affects every quadrant of the village. And then hopefully after this study, then we can start a list of how we're going to address the issues and where, and same thing, we'll probably have a priority list depending on money and the full comprehension. So I think this is really the time for this, and I'm very excited that we're moving forward on it.
Any further questions, Trustee Lewis? Trustee Radnovich.
I just have a comment. Maria, you did a great job just then of explaining, I think, what we're thinking of. And this is all based on a comment that Trustee Lewis made, I believe at the last meeting, really. But I'm glad it came to us. But there seems to be a little disconnect, my opinion, between the scope on the resolution and what you said. And so I'm not sure if there can be changes to the resolution that would incorporate some of the language that you just described, because I think you did a great job with it.
Thank you, Mayor. Trustee Radnovich. This is a more general scope, just to give the idea of what the basic parameters were. It'll actually all be flushed out in the RFP.
Correct.
I believe that this is adequate to move forward with, but I just wanted to explain the overall intent.
Can we add some language to this just tonight?
Yes, you
Can we vote on
can,
it?
provided it's accepted
agree.
by
Yeah,
by
sure.
everybody.
Yep. Well, and maybe it's not that point in time with
I don't
our
think it is,
discussions.
personally.
No, I meant within our discussions tonight. We still want to hear from the public, I think.
Well, we can do it either way.
But before I'll make a motion to add some language to this.
That's fine.
At that point in time.
That's fine. Okay. I notice that there's two people signed up here. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this matter? Miss Linda McKee, please come forward. Is she here? Is she still here? She's not here. How about Mr. Randy McKee?
Getting late.
Or is this, no, this isn't one. So
It's not a public.
Randy McKee, 749 Chavis Road, Northwest. I tend to agree with Trustee Radnovich. I thought the resolution didn't really go into enough detail to really let all of us know exactly what's going to happen here. There was $25,000 thrown out. I know when we've done traffic studies out in the Air Force Base area that each one of those units that they put down to actually measure traffic run about $1,200 to $1,500 each to set and then to pick back up. So if we're talking about covering the whole village, that could be quite expensive. If we're just talking about the main arterials into and out of Chavis Road, El Pueblo Road, Ranchitos Road, all the cut-throughs, I think that would probably be more aligned to what we'd be thinking about doing. Understanding what those do, and then knowing and understanding what you do to mitigate that traffic, where it moves that traffic, they can probably forecast that. But I do think we probably need a little bit better understanding of what the resolution is and what we're going to be doing. One of the other things that I would like to bring to point is it was stated that a lot of this traffic is just circular traffic, and I disagree with that completely. When I leave and go out from my place to go out north and across to the west side, I usually try to drive 25 miles an hour. And what I find is the minute I pull out onto Chavis and start going down, somebody inevitably will come flying up on my butt and they will tailgate me all the way to Rio Grande. And I irritate the living daylights out of them driving 25 miles an hour, enjoying our beautiful village. And I have to admit, these kind of behaviors are where we're seeing speeding on these roads and the cut-throughs is just what Trustee Lewis said. It's small homes on the west side, jobs on the east side, people moving through our village. And it's becoming more and more evident every day that that's what we're getting. So a good traffic study is indeed in order, but I think the resolution on what we do and how we do it needs to be very well thought out. If that's done in an RFP, Ms. Rinaldi, then so be it, but I think we really need to know and understand what that's going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? Please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
David Montoya at 517 Pueblo Solano. One thing I do agree with, but I'm a little puzzled by, is that this needs to be done, but I also think that we need to look at north-south of 4th Street and north-south of 2nd Street, because if you don't study this comprehensively, we're not going to really know how to adjust or how to allow all the development that we have planned. And I hope that people recognize what's happened in the last meetings. I attended them on Zoom, and recently it has been said, and I don't want to point fingers right now, but it's been said by the governing body that we need to look at each individual piece separately. And that's really a big problem, and that's a folly, because the impacts are comprehensive and they affect the entire, they affect our entire village. So when we look at every little project, and you mentioned property rights of individual owners, we can only look at their impact, and we're hamstrung because of that. I think that we got to move on with this study, do it quickly so that we can address this and address it comprehensively with all these plans, particularly what's going to go on 4th Street. There's projects coming our way, and we got to think about this with this moratorium, and I hope the amendments that are going to come with the discussions later. Thank you.
Anyone else? Please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Northwest. Just thinking about the transportation system analysis, and you could look at basically analyzing the traffic on, what do they call them, thoroughways or arterials. But some of the neighborhoods, and ours is one, the El Paraíso Mala neighborhood, we get a lot of heavy equipment traffic, mainly because of the design of how it turned out with Chavez. These bigger vehicles, whether they're 18-wheelers or maintenance vehicles, they don't like to do that little turn or little snake sort of design from right off of 4th Street going on further west on Chavez. So what they do is they come down El Paraíso from 4th Street, and I like to watch where in the world are they going. Are they going to an area where there's construction, or are they just turning right and going back onto Chavez and moving forward west to Rio Grande? And that's what happens a lot. And I don't know how to best express this, but that is a concern, because we do have 5-ton limits on vehicles. And we have 14 new children, and that's a concern when these big, heavy equipment are traveling down or crossing over our residential streets to move forward.
Ms. Burrows, thank you.
Yes.
Is there anyone else? Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Tom Donnell, and I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest. Mayor Lopez and trustees, I applaud you bringing this forward. I think my disappointment is that it wasn't done before we agreed to put 260 units at 4th and Chavez without having some sense of what's going to happen. The main entrance from the east to the village is Osuna Road. And as you've already mentioned, it is a very narrow right-of-way. And that should really be thought about as to how much can we develop with that narrow entrance. And that's, for me, it's something that I would have expected both Mayor Hooker and Mayor Abrams' administrations to, they should have done it as well as this administration, to say, hey, wait a minute, we need to look at this before we're making adding a whole bunch of development here. And so I'm disappointed, and I'm really glad to see it happening, because we need to know what's going to happen, and it's nice to have a comprehensive plan. It would probably, and I would hope that that plan includes what happens if we redevelop, if everything on 4th Street and in the village center are fully developed. You know, what kind of impact, or, you know, is it really reasonable to have that much? Or what do we have to do to make that possible to develop? That's a really important thing to have in the consideration, and part of when you're making a master plan, it's part of the scope of work, what's possible. Those are the things that are really, for me, and it's the other piece is, what are the other infrastructures that we need to be able to fully develop according to the master plan, the village? What water resources do we have? What drainage resources do we have? What, you know, all of those pieces. Thank you very much. Thank you for your consideration.
Is there anyone else? Please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, dear. Cynthia Sylvester, 333 Willow Road. Yes, I think it's wonderful that this analysis is taking place. I would agree that it just seems too late. Palindrome and the development at the end of Willow Road. I'm no genius, I'm no traffic analyst, but I can tell you what Willow Road's gonna be like and what Vineyard's gonna be like. And it wasn't even, I don't think, thought about. We have a beautiful neighborhood. It's not blighted. It's not a slum. And unfortunately, nobody really seemed to care what was going to happen on our road or what's going to be worse on Vineyard. And then I can't imagine how the people are going to get out onto Osuna from the little roads over there. And it just, I mean, it's one thing to say, well, it wasn't our responsibility.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so it's one thing, planning and zoning is planning, not just zoning. And it should have been thought about much deeper. Just the traffic. I mean, like, again, I'm no genius, but it just seems obvious. And it's unfortunate that this development has gone this far, and we're just now getting this. So, thank you.
Is there anyone else? Please step forward. Please approach the podium. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
My name's Daryl Mummert. I live at 330 Vineyard Road. And I want to just take a little bit of your time. This traffic study, it's going to cost a lot of money. So I hope when we talk about the streets that are going to be studied, if we don't have the money to study every roadway, that it's going to be all the cut-through streets. Because Vineyard Road, if you talk to any resident, and I've lived there for 20 years, it's the cut-through street. And when you look at this mass housing that's going to go in on, I mean, and again, the woman that spoke before me, and I don't want to insult people's intelligence, but this is like, you know, just like, it's not greed, it's just, if everybody in this room was this incompetent in doing their job, it would, I mean, this place would be a mess. You know, I work at Sandia Labs, I can't be that incompetent, but look at the two streets next to Osuna, Vineyard and Willow. They have speed humps on there. Why? Because of the traffic. It's horrendous. And then you're gonna add to it, look what's happened to Chavez. So I think these roads specifically need a lot of attention, and I'd want the money to go to study all the cut-through streets and how this is gonna be impacted. I've grown to just dislike the west side because that's where a lot of our traffic's coming from. And yeah, I'm fortunate, I raised my family, they're gone, but this is definitely something that, it affects all the people around there, and we've got to spend the money addressing the traffic. And it's great that this is gonna be done, but it's like the horse is already out of the barn. And so, honestly, I'm hoping the lawyers get involved and this whole thing gets shut down. But please, if we can, let's spend the money and let's be confident in our jobs going forward. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Being none, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. However, I understand you want to add to the resolution, Trustee Radnovich.
Let me ask a question before I suggest that. Can the RFP come back to the trustees since there was a few different things said by you than what is in this document, so that we can all take a look at it as a group?
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Trustee, I'm so sorry. Trustee Radnovich, I'd just like to add a point of clarification. The required traffic analysis on 4th Street and Osuna was conducted in accordance with all of our regulations and showed that the capacity existed for the traffic anticipated to be generated. It simply did. Now we are taking a more comprehensive approach to show those impacts throughout the village and the potential for other developments. We will be heavily reliant. There's traffic studies and traffic data that happens daily. It all processed through the Council of Governments, Mid Rio Grande Council of Governments. We will be heavily reliant upon that data, and most of it is relatively new. And the areas where we see gaps, where we think our numbers are higher than that we're reporting, we'll specifically look at those. This is not going to be dropping a counter at every roadway. That's just not possible. The areas where we are not able to source that data from the Council of Governments or other sources, those are the roadways where you will see the counters dropped, so that we ensure we have data coverage for the whole village. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Trustee Radnovich, to answer your question, this resolution directs the project manager to develop and present to the board for review and approval of an RFP. So you will get it again.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Before we get to the moratorium discussion, I'm recommending a 5-minute recess. I need a second. Okay, 5 minutes.
Second.
We'll reconvene at 5 minutes after 10.
I'll take advantage of that.
Yeah. We're going to be here till 12, aren't we?
What's that?
We're going to be here till 12 at least.
I don't know.
Maybe not.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I do actually have eaten before this.
Yeah, blood
How's your
sugar's
harvest?
going a little low.
How's your grapes?
I got lots of grapes.
Oh, nice.
I got some that are ripe now that I can't.
Oh.
I may not do anything with.
Oh, my God. Wine grapes?
Yeah.
Oh, is that because of,
I have some of the grapes that are ripe in mid-September that'll process.
wow.
Yeah, if you want to make wine.
I'd love to, but I don't have the equipment. You know, when I was a kid, I actually was really interested in it. And I used to make, being kind of artistic, I used to make labels and I'd make wine. My grandfather used to take me to the port of New York City and buy wine grapes from wine ranchers.
Yeah.
That's right. And so I don't know where those grapes came from because I was, just a little kid.
They make it down in the basement.
So he'd give me some, and I'd make wine out of it. I wasn't very good,
Yeah.
and they probably weren't picked at just the right time. But a lot of Italians used to. Yep. So, but I had my own little winemaking setup in our basement, and I remember even making dandelion wine one year, which was pretty weird. But
That was a thing.
it was back in the 60s ish.
Yeah.
70s maybe 70s.
I need the attention of everybody in the room. There are many, many people who have left the audience who should be participating in the discussion on moratoriums. It is my opinion that this discussion could take 3 or 4 hours or more because it is so critical to the future of the village. Therefore, I am recommending that I adjourn the meeting and that we reconvene either next week or the week after, just like we did last month. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to reconvene to, do we have to set a date?
Either next Tuesday or the following Tuesday would be best unless the trustees have. We're going to reconvene. We're going to have the moratorium discussion at a reconvening meeting, either next week or the week after, because a lot of people have left who should be weighing in. And I don't think it's fair to us and to you to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning, because we're not going to have the best discussion. That's my opinion. The trustees have to tell me. I need a motion.
I made the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second. I think there's a lot of people that aren't here that would like to weigh in on this discussion. And just because of the lateness of the hour, they're not, and I think it's fair to
And
ask them to come back.
And we will poll the trustees to find out the best day next week or the week after.
Mayor,
Yes,
we do have to select a date tonight, and I have to post it as a reconvene.
okay, is August 16th possible?
Mayor.
We haven't voted on it yet.
Trustees, we do have our Economic Development Committee meeting scheduled for 5 o'clock on the 16th.
It could be the 17th, could be the 24th, 23rd.
23rd would be.
You don't want to do it?
No, no,
It's that, the
Oh, yeah.
17th is on a Wednesday.
hear you.
That's
if I'm not
correct.
mistaken.
I hear you.
So we have our meeting on the 16th. The 15th,
that's a Monday,
a Monday?
but that's, the trustees have to.
Post it?
Okay, we have a meeting on the 17th, if we have to move that, we need to know.
I won't be here. Okay, how about the 24th? Are the trustees available on the 24th?
So we haven't voted on it yet, right?
No, but we need to have a date.
I see. For a motion.
No, no, no. It's not fair. It's not fair to us. It's not fair to everybody. Do we have a date? Is the 24th possible? It's possible for me.
Does it feel possible that we move our meeting?
Sure,
Make
of
this
course,
one
of
come up
course,
even
of course, absolutely.
better?
But I'm not going to be here on the
Absolutely.
17th.
Yeah,
It's not the best day for me.
okay.
What was the 16th? What
25th?
did people have on the 16th?
25th is better.
George, the 25th?
I'm out of town.
25th, yes.
Trustee Pacheco, it's the
I'm gone on
25th?
the 25th.
I'm fine the
I'm out
25th
of
myself.
town. I'm out of town.
Okay,
And it's not good for me. I have
okay. So do we want to move it even another week further? We have a long time for the
I
next
would
trustee.
rather,
23rd?
what about Monday or Tuesday next week?
To this.
Well, we talked
Do want
about
to hear
that.
from these people. We've been,
He's not
What about
available.
Monday?
You mean Monday, the 22nd?
The 15th?
Monday.
The 15th?
23rd? Oh, 15th of what?
August,
Next Monday.
Monday.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're looking at the
15th
15th
of August.
of August. Yeah, that's fine for me.
It would have to be 6 o'clock at
That's
the
fine.
earliest.
That's fine, 6 o'clock. We'll start it at 6. We can go 5 hours if we have to.
I do have an amendment to, I don't know if it's called an amendment, but I'd like to suggest another route for tonight, too.
Do it,
We can vote it.
do it.
There's still I agree with everything you said, Mayor, and the same with the trustees that have voted so far. But we do have quite a few people here, and just the fact that they're here to hear the, at least one of these moratorium discussions, could we begin that discussion? And if it just goes too late, setting.
I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair at all. I'd like to have a full 4 or 5 hours for the moratorium discussion because it's so critical to the village, in my opinion. Plus, there's a lot of people that have left that I think could participate.
But we do, Mayor, have people that are already here that may not be able to make it on the 15th. So it's people have stuck with us all night, and it's not fair to them from that perspective either.
Well, I disagree, but I want the votes of 2 trustees, and I'm going to break the tie. So I have a second, and I have a motion, correct?
Are you going to decline?
August 15th, is that the date? 6 PM.
Yeah.
I'm going to call for the question. Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
No.
Trustee Radnovich.
No.
I vote yes. Meeting is adjourned. Okay.
Mayor, announce the time. Mayor. Ask him.
Yes.
Announce the.
The time is 10:10 PM.
Oh.
Just so we can
Here's the problem.